Second time that's happened today. Literally second time that has happened today. I'm having a great old time yammering away to myself here with no audio. My apologies, friends. Welcome into Dolany TV. Glad to have you aboard here on the stream today. Now that I can officially say that. I don't know why I paused the audio at the end of the last live stream. I don't even remember, but did it to myself this morning and I did it to myself this afternoon. Well, welcome aboard, and we've got Canada Latvia here this morning, this afternoon. I don't even, you know what? I'm still dealing with the waterlogged ear and the sore throat at this point, so bear with me. It's been a disaster class of a start to the World Juniors here personally on the channel, but we've got Canada Latvia, and as long as we've got as good of a game as last night, we're going to be fine and dandy with the results this evening, that's for sure. I was actually saying when I was just sitting there yammering away before Dave and Dietrich caught me there without any audio, basically I was saying, for Finland, they've had a tough tournament to start, realistically speaking. 3 goals in 2 games, getting shut out by Canada, and of course only winning 3-1 against Germany. So I'm kind of curious if Finland's not going to be quite the team they have been over the past several years here at the World Juniors, saying they're a little bit undermanned or whatever. And one would understand as well, for that being the case, that really leaves it down to Canada, USA, and Sweden as the teams that could be a real problem in this tournament for each other. So looking forward to seeing what that proves out to be. Carter, welcome aboard. Yeah, we get going here with a recap of what has happened today as well. I guess you would have missed that when I was talking away for 5 minutes without my audio on. Sweden's currently up 6-1 over Kazakhstan, 2-1 Slovakia over Switzerland, and 3-1 Finland over Germany, the finals today. So basically for Canada today is you win this hockey game this afternoon, this evening, whatever you want to clock it out. I guess on the west coast here in Canada it would still be this afternoon. Over on Ottawa's region it would be about 6:30, 7:30 by the time the puck drops for this hockey game. We got about a 5:30, 5:35 puck drop, I think, tonight. I don't know. I looked at the math here on the countdown earlier today, and it looks like the puck drop is going to be a little bit sooner than it was yesterday, so that's a good thing. That said, really, it's just one of those things for Canada today is you play a good game today, rack up that goal differential, and just really, again, assert your dominance here at this juniors level, kind of get everybody involved, get everybody, especially if you can put the game out of in hand, out of the way early, and just allow your guys like Bo Akey and the guys that aren't going to get as much ice time throughout the tournament to get a little bit more ice time, show you what they got just in case there's an injury. Definitely would be a benefit here this evening. I think too, USA is really the big matchup on New Year's Eve. I think we've got a matchup on Sunday, I think is what the schedule holds for us. I know we don't play Saturday, and then I wonder, yes, there's nothing past Saturday yet on the website, but yeah, we should be playing a couple more games here. We got Germany and the US to go after tonight, so keep that in mind. We still got a little bit of this tournament to play out, and that New Year's Eve matchup against the US is going to be the tail of the tape for the for basically the pool, I would assume. I don't think if Finland got shut out by Canada, I don't think they're going to muster much better effort against the United States. So one would assume here that it's going to be Canada, US for the championship at this point in terms of Pool A, and then that'll decide who's 1-2 when it gets to going to where it needs to be. So we'll see what happens, but tonight, again, just for Canada, just a game where you got to make sure you get everybody involved and really take care of business, and don't let the Latvian goaltenders, I say that plural because we might see both, start feeling it, because if they start feeling it, that's usually a bad thing in international hockey if you've ever watched Latvia play. Awake, welcome aboard, friends. Welcome in. Glad to have you here on the stream this afternoon. We're just getting started. Puck drop around 5:30, so we've still got about 40 more minutes to go before we get there. Of course, plenty of time to get through the pregame here on TSN and stuff like that, so we'll have lots to talk about as we go along this evening. But you see, for Team Canada last night, again, I think it was an impressive showing for both Gavin McKenna and Matthew Schaefer. Matthew Schaefer the more impressive. I think the assist, and obviously as well the goal to seal it completely last night on the empty netter. For Gavin McKenna, maybe a really good learning lesson in terms of you're great, you're good at what you do, just don't try to overdo it. And I think as an Oilers fan who watches both Draisaitl and McDavid play every single night for our home team, it's very clear is when your star players are trying to force being the star player, things don't usually work as well. But when your star players just do what they do well and just, try to be quiet about it sometimes in a way, it really tends to work out very well for them. So looking forward to see what happens here for Canada in this hockey game, especially with Gavin McKenna and Matthew Schaefer involved. Porter Martone as well, maybe more of a louder night for him this evening. There's talk of him still going first overall in the draft, depending on how some team situations break down and who gets that first overall pick. So we'll see if he can stay on top of his game here today and hopefully contribute a little bit more for Canada. I'm not necessarily saying that he held us down at all last night, but just saying definitely want to see the draft eligible players go out there and show off a little bit as well, right? That's what makes this tournament really fun. So that said, Awake, when it comes to the junior hockey, it's this the best time of the year, right? Is that we get to close out a year and begin a new year with some of the best hockey just in terms of drama and just in terms of entertainment value you are going to get all year. The NHL playoffs, I think you can usually see there's an expected route there in terms of how those go. But for World Juniors hockey, it's last second heartbreak, last second elation every single year it seems, and it just, whether that be in the quarterfinals or the semis or the final, doesn't really matter. But here's Bruce Boudreau saying that the Edmonton Oilers will reach the Stanley Cup final this year, so you like to see that, and that the Canadian team will win the Western Conference again this year. Well, if the Oilers keep rising the way they have this past few weeks, there's a lot of potential of them winning the Western Conferences, especially with Hyman getting healthy, Kapanen mixed in there now, and of course Victor Arvidsson back healthy. Add to the defense any, and away we go. But don't get me started too much on the Oilers tonight. I don't want to yammer away too much and waste too much of Canada's time talking about my team. That said, we've got now officially about 45 minutes-ish to puck drop. Again, we're still about 8 minutes away from getting to the pregame here on TSN to figure out exactly what the clock countdown is at. So stay tuned. I could be right, I could be wrong. From last night, though, we've talked about Schaefer, we've talked about McKenna, but can we have a second to talk about Carter George, who is absolutely unbelievable for Canada? I mean, the old knock on Canada over the past 5-6 years has been we just don't have any goaltending that's capable of producing results at the international level. Well, Carter George last night came in and we watched him in the pre-tournament games and he looked solid. Well, goodness sakes, did he look solid last night. I think definitely with, given that it's Latvia today, has earned a day off. I would assume they're not going to play him on the back-to-back, and I assume that we'll see him in the next few games as well. But definitely an exciting moment for Canada to have a shutout to start the World Juniors against a team like Finland. Again, if it's Latvia, if it's Germany and you're shutting them out, maybe not as much excitement around it as possibly shutting out Finland, and we did that, so that's pretty exciting and that's pretty awesome. So looking forward to seeing what this Canadian Juniors team can do here this year. I think the big tone setter was that Finland game. Again, there might have been some clouds of doubt around this team at the start. Well, seeing them shut out Finland to start and seeing Germany score 4 on the U.S. goaltending maybe gives us a little bit of hope that this tournament's not totally impossible to win. As what in the heck is Jordan Binnington's walking in with his goalie glove on? Sure, that's fair enough. Jordan Binnington does weird things on the ice, does weird things off the ice. Looking at the Buffalo Sabres lineup, by the way, as well tonight. Looks like a lineup that should be capable of producing results, and that they just haven't. Is what it is. And the New Jersey Devils lineup, any surprises in there? I don't think so. Everything looks pretty rock on normal for there, so I think we are good to go. We should be ready for this one here in a little bit. We should be getting set. Sorry, scrolling through the timeline and finding a whole bunch of baseball news in the middle of December, January is just not a productive way to be reading. So my apologies, got distracted there. Canada Latvia here at 5:30 Mountain Time. Chris, the game is yet to get underway. We will still be waiting for this one for a little while yet. It's 4:55 at this point, so we got about 35-40 minutes to go until puck drop, and then we'll get to whatever happens right off the hop. I assume Canada's probably going to run up the score here quite a bit to at least start the game. I really don't know how to put it any better. Again, I committed to covering this game, and it's just going to be a little bit of a hard one to sit here and really truly talk awesomeness about, because this should be Canada based on the way they played Finland. They should be able to make it 9-1, 10-2, something like that. Given that it is Latvia. Again, I don't know Latvia, and I could be discrediting them a whole bunch, and I would be glad to be discrediting Latvia. Anytime you're sitting here thinking a game will be a laugher and you get a good game out of it, that is always an absolute treat. So we're looking here, Kazakhstan. Yeah, Kazakhstan's got a goal against Sweden. So again, that's what I'm saying, right? These teams might not be impossible to beat for Canada. Germany getting 4 on the US, and Slovakia getting 2 on Sweden, and obviously Kazakhstan scoring 1 here as well. So keep that in mind. But looking like we got a little bit of coverage of some other guys in junior hockey here who might be a little bit of a problem for some other NHL teams, as they're showing off some highlights of Ryan Rubrick, who might just be the next big problem at the world junior level for Canada. I don't know necessarily his story too much. I know if you sim far enough into the future in the NHL 25, you can use him as a player on your franchise mode, but that's about all I know. Keeping up with the NHL prospect pipeline outside of the big names like Gavin McKenna and Matthew Schaefer has not exactly been easy at this time, covering the Oilers the way I have the past few years. Again, scouting for all hockey news has kind of died down when you have to know every little detail about the Oilers, and then you still fail at it. So looking to see what the Oilers have in store tomorrow as well. We'll have that live stream again. If you are tuning in for Canada specifically, it's an Oilers channel. I think that makes itself pretty apparent. Just covering the World Juniors during the holiday season for something to do, more or less, because I love the juniors hockey, right? We all do. For the Edmonton Oilers in Los Angeles tomorrow, it'll be RNH, McDavid, Hyman on the top line, Podkolzin, Drysdale, Arvidsson, Kapanen, Henrique, and Brown. Again, that's a line that they will definitely, if they get the better of puck possession, be able to put up some points, because Kapanen and Brown, they are absolutely hard workers when it comes to putting effort in along the end wall and coming up with pucks in the offensive zone. And Henrique, he just scored a goal recently, so he might be off the schneid a bit here and start scoring them in bunches, you know what I mean? And it looks like Derek Ryan will be the odd man out with Skinner and Janmark down on the fourth line alongside Corey Perry. So that's what it's looking like at this point. Is we'll see our Edmonton Oilers get back in action tomorrow against the Los Angeles Kings. That's a big divisional matchup game, simply because it's the first time we've seen the LA Kings, and of course it's the way the season's going. LA is right there neck and neck with us. So I'm going to take a quick second on the phone to double check where the NHL standings currently sit at, as we're just waiting. Pre-game show should flip over here in a second, and I should be able to update you kind of on the Canada front. But as far as the wild card goes in the NHL, the Oilers sitting 44 points, the LA Kings with 43, both teams with 34 games played. Vegas as well with 34 games played, but they've had the better of it so far, winning 23 instead of 21 games like the Oilers, and of course having the extra overtime loss. So then what that'll mean for us is we win against LA, we create effectively a 3-point separation in the standings. We cut into Vegas's lead somehow, some way, hopefully, and then away we go. And obviously, the more points we pile up in the top half of the division, the more we separate ourselves from the likes of the Vancouver Canucks, the Dallas Stars, the Calgary Flames, the Utah Hockey Club, and then you kind of mix up in the middle where St. Louis still might be looking for a little bit of magic late in the season to really get on a run in their division, but they will be fighting for that wild card by the looks of it here this year. So we continue to get ready for Canada versus Latvia. Friends, welcome aboard here this afternoon. Sorry for taking the tangent on the Oilers. I said I wouldn't do that, but I get distracted sometimes and make mistakes. So again, if you are new to the channel and you want to stay tuned for the Oilers stuff, shocker, I know, a channel that uses orange, blue, and white for its colors and has all these Oilers jerseys behind me, well, this is an Oilers channel. Hey, just saying. That said, Oilers will be 2 p.m. tomorrow. Tonight we've got Latvia, Canada at 5:30. I appreciate you tuning in and hanging out with me here this evening. I'm looking forward to seeing what Canada has in store. I see that we just kind of peaked up here, so that's why I'm making mention of it. We are definitely expecting a powerhouse offense kind of game where the Canadian squad scores 10, 15 goals kind of night. That's what's traditional against Latvia, but we do know there's been a couple instances over the past decade where Latvian goaltending comes alive for a night in an international tournament, and it's nightmare fuel for a team like us. Canada has faced it a couple times, I'm pretty sure, and it's just like, oh boy, here we go. This is not good at all. And what usually comes out of that is, of course, a situation for Canada where you're either winning late in the third period or you just, finally bust the dam and you win by a couple. But we're going to see what Canada has in store for us. Of course, it all depends on who the Latvian goaltender is tonight as well. So we'll see where we're at. Terry, is this a live feed of the game or a live feed of you watching the game? That's a good question because it's kind of a hybrid situation. It's not me sitting here reacting. No, it's literally me trying my best to do the play-by-play. Again, watching on TV is a whole different shenanigan than watching live, and at the same rate as well. It's kind of tough. This holiday season I've been dealing. I went for a haircut right before Christmas, and I still haven't been able to unlock my ear from the water that got in there during kind of doing that. So that's what it is. And so kind of voice goes in and out, and kind of my brain gets a little bit scrambled at times, but we'll survive. And yeah, basically it is a play-by-play stream is what I'm getting at. That's how I would explain it to you. It's a more of a play-by-play stream, kind of at least give you a way to keep up with the action rather than having some guy just reacting to the game. It actually gives you something about the game. So looking forward to that. Cindy, John, welcome aboard as we get things going back towards puck drop here now in about 37 minutes. So it is that 5:40 puck drop again. They fooled me. They fooled me again. See, that's what I thought. I thought it was 5:40. I got excited that it might be 5:30, and then they fooled me for a second night in a row. Tonight, I am not expecting to see Carter George in net again. They'll probably say that here on the broadcast at some point, but not sure what it's going to be, as I don't exactly have volume up all the way because, again, copyrights are a problem. As here we go, Mark Masters kind of leading us through what happened yesterday. David, welcome aboard as we get things rolling here, friends. Just poked over 100 of you along for the ride here live, so glad to have you aboard again for night 2 of the World Juniors. Canada back in action for the second straight day. They will not be in action tomorrow, so keep that in mind. Keep your schedules open for the Oilers at 2 p.m. I'm telling you. See, we've got something scheduled tomorrow. In fact, we might take the day off from the World Juniors tomorrow. Kazakhstan versus Czechia at 11 a.m. in the morning isn't really thrilling me, not when I could sit there and call an entire Oilers game on a Saturday afternoon. So that is what we'll do. Well, half the world seems to be working over the next few days, and like me, the other half seems to be sitting at home watching hockey. It's a great time of year. Usually I'm the one working, but this year I'm very glad and grateful to not have to be sitting at work here during the holiday season. During the World Juniors, I've been able to catch I think I've caught more games this year already than I caught last year altogether. So you could go back and probably prove that false with my live streams, but it's been a fantastic year to be a part of so far. And you look at Group 1 so far as right now the goals for against, Canada 4-0, the U.S. at a 10-4 advantage. So this one for Canada is where they have to light it up. They have to really make some headway in the goal scoring department just to kind of catch up with the U.S., exceed them a little bit as they get set up tomorrow to play, I believe, Latvia as well. So it'll kind of be a 1-2 punch here for Latvia between Canada and the U.S. as they get their tournament started today. Big day yesterday, obviously. I do want to send a huge thank you to everybody back home that was along for the ride on the Canada-Finland stream. That, in the almost 12-year history of the channel now, turns out to be the best live stream ever done here on Dolly TV. So thank you for being aboard last night. Appreciate that very much. Again, setting records 12 years into something doesn't really seem like something I should be doing, but it's always great when you do. So appreciate that, especially considering we had a Stanley Cup Finals. But you know what? Those are all very close contenders to this new record, and we'll look forward to maybe setting another one here sometime on New Year's Eve against the U.S. So we're getting set towards puck drop here, about 34 minutes to go before we get the puck dropped in tonight's action. Again, if you're hanging out for the first time, friends, or you're returning, especially if you're returning, if you haven't already left that like button on the stream, make sure to do that. That just allows some folks who, you know, might otherwise not be able to watch the game or can't find a link to watch the game, at least here they'll be able to stay up to date and find something out about the game, or at least listen along, even though it'll kind of be scattered along the way. So definitely stay tuned and hit that like button. I'm getting distracted here trying to just trying to figure out what's going on here, as it looks like Teoscar Hernandez and the LA Dodgers, in case any of you follow baseball. I think quite a few of us in Canada still follow where Teoscar's at nowadays, following his time with the Blue Jays, are in agreement on another $66 million contract and basically $23 million in deferred money. So the LA Dodgers, they continue to do it year in, year out now that they've signed Shohei Ohtani to that deferred deal. So that's where we're at, friends, and that's the update from the baseball world. That's what I was following here the past few times I've gone over there and checked that out, as I've just been trying to understand quite what's going on there. So that is the case. Teoscar Hernandez re-ups with the LA Dodgers. Other than that, they're showing off, I think, Gavin McKenna's vest there. I believe that's Gavin McKenna, as he was walking in last night. Or I'm not 100% sure. I'm going to have to double check that. If I had audio, I would. 100% I would. But unfortunately, I don't have. Yep, they showed Gavin McKenna coming out of that. So I assume that's what they were talking about. Thursday versus Finland. What day of the week is it? 1 goal, 3 shots, 11 minutes and 55 seconds time on ice. So that's the thing. Like I was saying, when it comes down to it for Gavin McKenna, the more he gets in ice time, the more he will do in this tournament. Gavin McKenna is kind of one of those guys, the more time you allow him, the more results he'll produce. And obviously he got a goal last night to open the scoring against Finland, a big one. And I don't think it's going to take him much time tonight to find the score sheet. I think he'll probably be the benefactor of a big score against Latvia, right? As if the score gets out of hand to some degree, Gavin McKenna will get a lot of ice time out there against Latvia, and he'll just kind of be able to pile up the points and stuff and really show off for those scouts that are already getting excited about the 2026 draft. If there's a year to tank for some NHL teams that might be on the last hurrah this year, it might be next year for sure. So you're watching now highlights of every single blocked shot that Team Canada had last night late in that third period. Everybody was wholesale committing to getting in front of the lanes, getting shots blocked, and making sure the puck stayed out of the back of the net. And that was in a 3-goal lead. But what you got to remember about Team Finland, and what they've kind of done a few times against Canada in recent memory, is they sneak up on you late in the third period. They score one midway through the period. Right now, all of a sudden, it's 3-1. Now, all of a sudden, they score one with 2 minutes left, and you're like, okay, well, we'll shut it down from here and get the empty netter. It's guaranteed at this point. And then all of a sudden, it's 3-3 with 6 seconds to go, and you're like, okay, all right, well, that figures. So Canada definitely knew what they had to do late, and they just had to shut it down, and they got in the shooting lanes, and they blocked the shots, and they definitely dug in and got the job done. Connor McDavid would be proud. Let's just say that. As it was a good showing for Canada last night, and I'm excited to see them hopefully replicate that success again here tonight. a good effort this evening would go a long way into, again, making sure this tournament continues to be a success for Canada. So far it's started that way, but obviously they need a lot to go right to kind of get to the part of the tournament where things, when they're going right for you, start to matter, right? The quarters, the semis, and of course as well the final, which is always a toss-up every single year, or so it seems. So looking forward to seeing what Canada has in store for us in this year's tournament, and obviously the more they have in store for us, the better off we'll be, because it's always better when Canada's going deep into the World Juniors. Just kind of adds to that holiday spirit. I think a lot of us grew up specifically over the past 30 years on Canada going deep into the World Juniors, and last year when they exit out as early as they did, it just sucks all the winds out of the sails of what is otherwise an excellent tournament. So we'll see what we have in store. Obviously Latvia the opponent tonight. If you're just tuning in, again, I'm cognizant of the numbers because I make sure to check that once in a while. If you're just tuning in, Canada-Latvia 5:40 puck drop. Dolan TV here will have your play-by-play, and we'll hopefully get you going with that. And obviously we'll see what Canada does against Latvia, but we're expecting a high-scoring affair. That's usually the case, and it's usually one-sided in that regard for Canada. So that's where we'll see probably a big goal column for Canada tonight, probably double digits. Again, that's just what it is. Though I might be excited to see if Latvia can kind of stymie Canada, at least to start the first period, at least make it difficult on us and make us open up to some other looks to try and find a way to get this game into a positive direction. But so we got the question again here, friends, if I'm showing the game or not. Again, I cannot show the game. It's a legalities thing. TSN is the rights holder. They are the publisher of the broadcast here in Canada. Again, if I show the TSN broadcast, basically I'm stealing. That's the way it works. And there's a lot that the copyright laws say about that, and a lot that YouTube has to say about that. Again, if you were legally allowed to share the rebroadcast of the TSN stream on YouTube, you wouldn't be having to ask me if I'm streaming, because you'd already know that I'm going to be doing it, if that makes sense. So not trying to be condescending, but it is one of those things where I got to put through to you that it is a legalities thing. If I could, I would, but again, I'm not sitting here trying to get fined by TSN or sued or whatever. So not feeling like fighting that fight. As there's a reason why those YouTube accounts that stream the game for you and then their stream dies halfway through, you can never find them again. It's because YouTube takes action. So we continue along here, friends, waiting for Canada versus Latvia this afternoon. I guess for this evening now, it's past 5 o'clock out here on the west side of Canada, out here on the prairies. So I'll enjoy that. It's 5 in the afternoon. We should be able to 5 in the evening, whatever you prefer. I mean, we're going to be getting close here by January 20th, where it'll still be bright daylight at 5:20 in the afternoon, so that'll feel like the afternoon. Down here in southern Alberta specifically, we are able to usually get nice sunshiny warm days by late February, early March, and I'm really looking forward to that. Is the big part about that is, you know what, ball season comes around, and I don't know how many of you in the live stream right now are regular Dolany TV viewers. I don't see a lot of regular names in there right now, but no, welcome in. Friends, I don't know what you know about slow pitch, specifically the Worth bats, but my little Christmas present to myself this year, just picked up a brand new 2024 watermelon. That's kind of team tradition after I came aboard the first tournament, or maybe the second tournament. Yeah, the first tournament we hosted as ball team out there in Sundre. After I came aboard with the team I'm playing with currently, we won our own bat draw. Go figure out how that one works. And we ended up getting a watermelon, and it was basically like, wow, we won it as part of a tournament we were putting on as a team, so it became the team bat. So basically this year picked up a watermelon to try and keep that tradition going. First year that I'll be primarily using an end-loaded bat, as long as, like I'm saying, when it comes to that early March, late February, nice weather, it kind of comes down to I like getting out and hitting the balls early in the season and feeling good and getting going with that. So looking forward to breaking in the watermelon this year and having a good time. But yeah, let's get back to hockey, shall we? I get distracted easy. You'll know that. They're showing off the bubble hockey showdown between Team Canada, which has become a yearly tradition now. They did it last year and they're doing it again this year. Last year, disastrous results, so maybe we shouldn't worry about that so much, but it is kind of what they're doing again this year and trying to score goals on the old bubble table with the Canada flag draped along the side. Always TSN has some good content for you during the pregame as well. So it is where we're at as we look forward to seeing kind of what happens here for Canada versus Latvia again tonight. I think the expectation is that Team Canada is just going to light up the goal scoring and really make it an easy game to watch in terms of you don't have to check after about the halfway through the second period. The score is never going to be in doubt. But yeah, I think it's going to be one of those games here tonight where, again, either the Latvian goaltender steals the show or Canada very well just goes out there and, gets the job done, like I'm saying. So we'll see which way it goes. Give me a second here. I'm going to refresh the social media feeds and see if there's anything else we need to know about tonight's hockey game that we've missed. I don't think there really is. Of course, in action tonight for the Bakersfield Condors, friends. This is big news. James Hamblin returns. If you're an Edmonton Oilers fan, James Hamblin is back after missing 20 games. Josh Brown is sick. Max Wanner is working back from pneumonia, it sounds like, and not ready. So the Condors still looking for their 5th straight win. The lineup reads as Kajula, Peterson, Savoy, Perreault, who's a new addition. We like that guy. He scored some goals for us. Philp and Griffith, Berglund, Hamlin, Steffen, and I will tell you, Berglund, Steffen, and Hamlin is a much better sounding line than some of the lines we've ran those guys on recently. And then Petrov, Grube, and Wright on the 4th line. Things seem to be getting back to place here with the Bakersfield Condors, and I'm liking the looks of it here. Deneen, Carrick, Canuck, Liepert, and Kemp, Kurokin, and Attard on the D pairs. Rodrigue will start. So there we have it, friends. That is what we've got going for the Bakersfield Condors tonight. Obviously, Canada and Latvia will get underway here in a little bit. We're still waiting for puck drop around. I think right now we've got 23 minutes to go till puck drop. Friends, unfortunately, I cannot stream the game due to legalities. Again, just repeating myself for some of y'all already in here that caught it earlier. It's copyright material of TSN. And again, showing their live stream, again, there's a reason you can't find it. If it was a legal thing to do, everybody would be doing it, right? Everybody would be trying to cash in. There's a reason why nobody's showing it, and that would be why. So that's what it is. Yeah, so that's the case. I really am committed to, just kind of riding out what I got going here. So let's go refresh those social media feeds one more time as... yeah, there's not much other information except for Mr. Connor Bedard, who's looking locked in for tonight. He's playing an NHL game as the World Juniors are going on. I think still he was World Junior eligible this year, if I'm not mistaken, for this Team Canada squad, which is still wild to believe. But yeah, there's some guys that play. I think there was one guy for Finland last night that was in his 4th World Juniors, or maybe it was one of the guys for Slovakia, which, again, that's crazy. Right, some of the guys that play from 15 all the way up to 20 or whatever the case might be, it's crazy thing that you can actually do at the World Junior level. And I mean, to be a 5-year vet at the World Juniors, I would love to see how many people are part of that club. The Triple Gold Club and stuff's all fun, but you'll love to see it. So we are sitting here waiting to get going for tonight's action. We are now on a 21-minute countdown to puck drop, so we're closing in. We're almost there. Chris, yeah, Adult Team Canada, so basically the Four Nations Cup, that's what Chris is getting at in the chat there, friends. Four Nations Cup, I think, is in February sometime, let me see what the dates are. It goes in Montreal and Boston this year. I actually know a guy who's going on down to the Four Nations Cup, which is pretty interesting. I guess tickets for Canada versus Sweden were a 10th of the price of Canada versus the U.S. That's ridiculous, but it is what it is. And what do we got here? Do we have anything about the Four Nations Cup that we can find here? I don't think there is anything on Four Nations Cup on Sportsnet, but let me get back to you. I believe it's in February. Let me tell you when that Sweden-Canada game is. I'll just text Buddy. That's going to be the easiest answer. Let me get back to you on that. I will get you an answer, Chris. But as we go, we've got which is the best of the new goal songs? Live is Life? Or I still don't know. I still haven't heard the Canada goal song. But Jeff O'Neill picking the Team Canada goal song. That one is no shocker right there. That's a Team Canada veteran through and through there for a couple of times. So we are still waiting for this one to get underway. Again, if you're just joining in. Again, I think what we've already talked about here on the pregame is kind of a tale of two youngsters. For some of you that might have missed this earlier, a tale of two youngsters who had two similar but very different nights in my eyes. For Team Canada against Finland, Gavin McKenna got things started, scoring the opening goal, assisted by Matthew Schaefer. Those are the two guys I'm talking about. But what was interesting out of it here is for Matthew Schaefer, he had a really excellent game in which everyone's like, okay, maybe like we know who's number one now. Whereas Gavin McKenna going as draft eligible 2026, it was kind of one of those things where he was a little bit guilty of doing too much at times. And some of the fancier players, some of the better players in the NHL, Connor McDavid, Leon Draisaitl included, make those mistakes as well. But I think what I'm really looking forward to tonight is Matthew Schaefer, Gavin McKenna, especially once the score gets out of hand here a little bit against Latvia. That's just the expectation. Not saying it will, but that's my expectation. I assume that the younger guys and kind of the more bubble guys on the roster, right? So that's your Bo Akey's, your Nicholas Baudouin's, what's his name? I don't know. And then your come on, who's the other guy? Matthew Cataford. Those guys will kind of get in there as well. So I'm expecting that Team Canada will kind of roll some different lines here tonight once the score gets out of hand. So yeah, February. To answer Chris's question, Nate, welcome aboard. We are getting set for Latvia versus Canada, and I'm struggling here to keep my brain on track tonight. Obviously dealing with a little bit of nasal congestion still, and still dealing with that waterlogged ear for some reason. It just goes in and out sometimes, and it's just really bugging me here. But what I'm going to tell you guys, I'm out of water here, so give me a second. I'm going to run upstairs, be right back, and we'll get to the final bit of this pregame as we are only 18 minutes away from puck drop at this point. Yes, I remembered to unmute the audio. There we go. We're good. We're ready to rock and roll here, friends. Welcome aboard. This is Canada versus Latvia, Dolany TV edition. We should have things going here for what should be a very good matchup this evening. again, in terms of goal scoring and the goal differential. That's what I'm putting to you. Friends from Latvia tuning in, I don't mean to put down your team. It's just I don't know enough, and I might be being a little bit bold on it, and that's fine. And Danny, hopefully you prove me wrong. Again, I'm always going to be okay with a good hockey game in which it's tight scoring and it's really dramatic at the end. So if Latvia wants to do that tonight, as long as Canada can find a way to win, because there's going to be a lot that there would be no coming back from losing to Latvia in the group play. So hopefully for Canada tonight, a result that produces kind of the keep on track, go 4-0 in the group, and then number one in the A division side, and that just allows us to kind of face whoever's number 3 or whatever it is in the B side. So waiting for action to get underway tonight. Mike Johnston and of course Gord Miller will have the call for Team Canada this evening. I'm glad to have you aboard this afternoon, this evening, wherever you're tuning in from. It will be a 7:40 Eastern Time puck drop for Team Canada against Latvia. It'll be 5:40 out here on the prairies as we enjoy yet another day above zero. I think at least today was supposed to be above zero. It's -1 right now. -1. Okay, there we go. So we're sitting right around that freezing mark. Not good enough for the outdoor hockey that you wish you could have, but hey, we'll survive. I mean, the outdoor rink put me under this holiday season. Went out there, enjoyed it, and kind of layered up a little bit too much, and actually overheated myself out there in the cold and made myself sick. I've done some crazy things in my life, but making myself sick because I was keeping myself warm is a whole new one to me. But it is what it is, and we'll survive either which way. But Canada versus Latvia here on one side of relationship: 2010 16-0. 2017 10-2, 2022 5-2. Like I said, right, there's a little bit of drama there. 2024 10-0. So it really just matters which Latvian team, which Latvian goaltender comes to play this game, and we'll see where it all shakes out by the night's end. Of course, Mason's again saying 7:40 Eastern Time puck drop, friends. If you're just tuning in, that's when you expect puck drop this evening. TSN has had the countdown going all pre-game broadcast, so we'll kind of get things going as we get close to 5:30. I expect a rush of you in here, and we'll have to sort through that again, but that's all good. The average view duration actually this evening about 2 minutes, so as long as I'm not repeating myself within 2 minutes, we should be fine and dandy. Obviously, last night, again, for those of you who might be returning right now, I just have to say a huge thank you. Last night, Canada versus Finland was the best Dolany TV live stream of all time. Now, that counts the Stanley Cup Finals last year for the Edmonton Oilers. That counts previous World Juniors. That counts baseball live streams back in the day. That counts everything. And it was an all-timer last night. So thank you again for tuning in. If you were part of that group that tuned in last night, thank you. Tonight, I doubt we'll be setting records because there's a whole bunch to be said for Finland likes to show up for those kind of live streams too. So I don't know necessarily if Latvia will be here as much in this one, but we'll see. And I'm looking forward to hopefully seeing as many of our friends as we can possibly see for tonight's action. What do we got going here? We should be now 13 minutes away from puck drop. We're closing in. Just a quick refresh of the timeline to see what's going on around in the NHL. It looks like maybe Johnny Tavares scored for the Toronto Maple Leafs. I don't know. They just tweeted something absolutely ridiculous, like "You're kidding me, Johnny," in all caps. So that's what I'm understanding, anyways. Is John Tavares has scored? Maybe we take a look quickly, friends, for those of you maybe with a vested interest in the NHL circuit tonight as well, where we're sitting for the scores this evening. The Sabres are up 1-0 on the Blackhawks. Maple Leafs 2-0 over top of the newly head coached by Todd McClellan Detroit Red Wings. 1-0 for the Blue Jackets and 1-0 for the Carolina Hurricanes. So the NHL action well underway tonight. Avalanche play the Utah Hockey Club. Golden Knights play the Sharks. Man, if the Sharks can steal a win tonight, the nice thing that would do for the Oilers tomorrow afternoon when we get live here again would be huge. Wild Stars at 6 p.m. Blues Predators at 6 p.m. as well. And that's your nightcaps for tonight's NHL action as we go for the World Juniors this evening. Looking forward to having a good game tonight between Canada and Latvia. Big important game, really, just for the goal differential and, of course, for the when it comes down to it, the the standings, I mean, not that I'm worried Canada's going to lose this one, but again, adding another win, and now you're halfway home to your 4-0 that you need to get where you're going at the end of the day to be the leader in this group. Because certainly if Canada does not go 4-0, don't worry, the USA will. So somebody in this group is going 4-0. It won't be Finland. It won't be Latvia. It won't be Germany. I can almost guarantee you that. But it will be one of Canada or the US. And I would prefer it to be us. So let's do that. And I don't mean us as in the US. I mean us as in Canada. So yeah, we're going to see kind of how this one all folds out tonight. Obviously, last year's matchup was a 10-0 final. So we're hoping for a better, different result this year. Again, when it comes down to Canada versus Latvia, just let me give you a little bit of a history here on the channel. I think I did the 2022 game, if I'm not mistaken. That would have been the last one I did, Canada versus Latvia. So let me go here and see where we're at, Canada versus Latvia, and let me see what that thumbnail might have looked like. Yeah, it would have been actually last year, the Canada versus Latvia World Juniors game. That one, somehow I got through the whole thing. I'm pretty impressed by that, actually. That somewhat stuns me. The record on that live stream last year was 63 likes, so if you are a regular viewer of the channel or you're just excited for Canada versus Latvia, definitely leave a thumbs up on the here on the live stream. So we're trying to break 63, it appears, is what the number is. And Michael, has the game started? No, the game will start in about 10 minutes time is the scheduled puck drop according to TSN. So we still have a few minutes to go here before things get up and underway this evening. I'd like to thank you for tuning in to what is traditionally called the pregame portion here of the live stream before we get to the play-by-play, and I try to keep up with the action. Again, I'm probably going to know 0 of the Latvian players, but I don't know if it's necessarily going to matter if Canada comes out with a dominant offensive performance and just keeps pounding the puck on net all game long. So we'll see what happens here. As Dimitri's greetings from Latvia, 2:30 a.m. here. Like I said, we're going to have some friends from Latvia tune in. Yes, so that's the big thing. I'm hoping that Latvia will at least make it interesting. Again, I expect the Oilers to run away with the hockey game. Or the Oilers, Team Canada, saw Ryan's comment. I expect Team Canada to run away with the hockey game, but I do hope that there's at least some intrigue to it. Like I said, the Latvian goaltenders over history have a case of sometimes stealing the show. So again, you just never know what you're going to get, and that might be the case again tonight, at least for a little bit or a good stretch, right? Team Canada might score a goal early and then not score again the rest of the first period. You just don't know with how these Latvian goaltenders sometimes turn up the hot hand, and Ryan's going with the Oilers suck. Well, my friend, the Oilers do just fine for me, but again, maybe invite you back tomorrow to check things out for the Oilers and the LA Kings. See if the Oilers suck against the Kings. They're riding a 3-game win streak right now. I'm sure that doesn't go away tomorrow. Hopefully not, because if we win tomorrow, we're going to be fine and dandy. Braden, does anyone have a stream? As far as I'm going to tell you, if you're in Canada tonight, friends, it's my first time saying this. If you're in Canada looking for the live stream of the World Juniors, you know what? You've spent a lot of money this holiday season. Why not spend an extra 15, 20 bucks? Go splurge on the tsn.ca/live 1-month membership. Alternatively to that, you also can access it via the tsn.ca live website. If you go over to the website, log in with like your internet service provider or your cable service provider if you don't have TSN, but you know, you can get it that way. Yeah, you can log in with that and it'll allow you to access TSN as well. Or if you know, hey, somebody in your family has TSN on their cable package, which means they'd have access, get them to provide you their login details and just log into TSN's website that way. It's really easy. It's really simple. It works in Canada only. I have to caution that. Again, if you're in the US, basically I've heard Hulu and NHL Network, and I think abroad, like unless Latvia's got their own stream abroad anywhere else in the world, you're probably looking at NHL Network somehow, some way as well. So it is where it's at. Chris, I'll tell you though, when it comes to paying for the entire month, right, TSN has access to the NFL, so you're able to catch a couple Sundays. Again, good time of year to catch the NFL. I think it also there's a little bit of some other stuff on TSN that you might like to catch if you like lacrosse at all. I mean, if I bothered to actually pay attention and show up to watch a lacrosse game, I would be able to watch lacrosse given the way I'm watching on TSN as well. But you know what I mean. So there it is. As we go along here, friends, yeah, no, Chad, no, $20, $20 per month. No, it's $20 in Canada per month. I'm telling you that from a Canadian perspective. And yeah, let's get this going, friends. We've got 6 minutes to go here before we get things underway for tonight's action. We're rolling towards what should be a good hockey game this evening for Team Canada's goal differential. Again, I know Demetrius is hoping for a good competitive game, at least something of the sorts, and I am to some degree as well, right? I don't want to see Canada just go out there and glide to victory 5 minutes into the hockey game, but at the same rate too, I don't want there to really be much doubt. Again, if Canada struggles against Latvia tonight, that's going to feed a lot of the U.S. team players into really just coming out and dummying us. And again, if I'm worried about any group play team that we have to face, it is going to be the U.S. after beating Finland, right? Finland was a little bit of a question mark for me, given that, some analysts had maybe mentioned that Team Canada might not be the best at scoring goals against better defending, better goaltending teams, but they did it against Finland, and now you just got to score the goals against the easier teams and win the hockey games and then go out there and beat the U.S. and it all goes together. So hopefully that's the case here this year. But yeah, right now we're just waiting for things to get underway. Is there anything else to know? Hot Take Hockey, which normally live streams the World Juniors this time of year over there at the Toronto Maple Leafs and Detroit Red Wings game. Good to see them getting out there and enjoying some good Leafs hockey. Of course, that's the thing. I hate the Leafs with a passion, being an Oilers fan, but at the same rate too, the Leafs doing good is good for the NHL, and that's what's kind of been special here the past little bit. So we will see where that leads us tonight as the Leafs are facing the Detroit Red Wings. My buddy from work, big Red Wings fan, just got a new head coach for Christmas. Can't ask for much more there, as obviously things with Derek Lalonde and the Detroit Red Wings really weren't going well, but it appears they have gotten things going. And Ryan, I'm not going to dignify that outside of literally saying this. So a good attempt, but it's not happening, as I don't even have one of those on staff in the closet. So I did it one time, though. We are now 3 minutes away from puck drop, friends. We are just about there. James Duthie wrapping things up here in the pregame portion of things. James Duthie, definitely like the old panels. Oh man, these TSN personalities, they've kept them around a long time. They're starting to look old on us. I mean, look at all of us. We're starting to look old, right? Canada, the U.S., New Year's Eve, if you're looking for the next big game. I know we've got Canada versus Germany here sometime, not tomorrow, I think on the 29th, if I'm not mistaken. We've got Canada versus Germany, and then we're off again on the 30th, and then we go on the 31st for New Year's Eve against the American side. And I'm excited for that one simply because it's a late game. I'm half day on the 31st at work, so that means we're good to go and rock our way to being able to live stream that a New Year's Eve game for I think the first time in 2 years actually. So that's really, really exciting, and I'm really, really looking forward to that. So that's where we're at this evening. Again, friends, I will tell you, we are unable to live stream the game. Again, if anyone was able to legally live stream the game, everybody would be doing it. It's just, again, in Canada anyway, it's copyright material of TSN, so that prohibits me from live streaming it and kind of leaves me in this situation where I'll try and do my best on the play-by-play for those of you that might have followed my journey a little bit at all. I got a little bit of play-by-play experience up north in the NEA JVHL covering Junior B hockey back in the day. A little bit of some other stuff along the way, some Hockey Alberta provincials over the course of some years up in Cold Lake, Grand Prairie, and St. Paul, and that's pretty much it as we go from some other offshoot live streams, but really not much in the way of obviously big time top end games. So this is about top end as it gets for me as we go here. Brian, happy New Year to you as well, friends. I guess that to be said. Happy New Year coming up here, as I hope everybody had a good Merry Christmas and just really good holiday season. It's been a really quiet year this year personally, which is really nice. I mean, other than battling off whatever sickness I've been fighting here over the past few weeks. I ended up sleeping funny. I passed out real nice and early last night, and I don't know if I was cuddling one of the animals too well or whatever, and just cranked my shoulder a little bit. But whatever, it is what it is. I'll fight through it tonight, and we'll get through to this live stream this evening as Canada and Latvia take to the ice for tonight's action. As this one goes, Peter Stano, Michael Scherig, are the referees tonight. Let me try that one again 5 more times and I might get it right. Jack Ivankovic will get the start for Team Canada. Like I said, a well-earned day off by the goaltender last night, Carter George, who had an absolutely unreal showing for Team Canada against Finland. Dave Cameron, the head coach for Team Canada. Are we ready to rock and roll, friends? I think we are. As the head coach, Artis Abels for Latvia, as we get things going here this evening with the opening face-off at center ice, Team Canada versus Latvia. I don't think they showed the Latvian goaltender again. I think they forgot to do that in the game against Finland and Germany earlier today. So here we go. Let's do this. Canada, Latvia down at center ice. The top line for Canada starts this evening as Easton Cowan gets a skate back on the right side of half. He was kind of gaining a little bit of ground there as everybody digs in, and face-off is down. Canada wins it back cleanly, and they're going to fire it down the left wing inside the Latvia zone. Puck's going to go out into the bench, actually. It hit a player on the way down the left wing, and we'll have a face-off only 3 seconds in as the youth movement, 17-year-olds to start for Canada at the World Juniors, 1987 World Juniors, Jimmy Waite. And now, of course, Jack Ivankovic getting the start as well. So the only 2 17-year-olds to ever start for Team Canada, as this one's going to be played through the middle by Latvia following the ensuing face-off, and it will immediately be an icing. So we're not even, 15 seconds into this game, and we've got a couple of icing calls already, and an icing call and whatever already, as they're showing off highlights of Jimmy Waite goaltending here. And man, goaltending was a whole different game back in the late 80s, early 90s than it is nowadays, and it just blows my mind how we developed to where we are now. Easton Cowan off the face-off rips a shot as I immediately lost it there. To the far side, Richie will carry around behind the net for Canada. Here we go. We're getting going right now. Team Canada's top line has started on a hot note here inside the Latvian zone as Latvia will pick up the puck and fire it along the near side wing. It's a 0-0 score just 30 seconds into the game. That scoreboard should update for you here in a matter of seconds. Maybe I'll double check here and make sure things are going to update at all. As looks like there we go, it just updated. We've got a stoppage in play though. Sorry friends, the scoreboard is a key component of the live stream. I gotta make sure that is working. As it's a 0-0 right now for Team Canada and Team Latvia. 40 seconds into the game, Canada wins another face-off off the draw inside the Latvian zone. Martone puts it down along the wall. Far side, Latvia trying to reach for it. They lose handle, and this is going to come back into the slot now. Braden Yeager with the puck back to the point. Down low, Gibson gets it around Martone, far side corner. He takes a check in there, and a Canadian player, I think Tanner Howe, just got stood up by a Latvian defender as it goes back, forced down deep on a turnover by Latvia. Canada just hemming Latvia inside their zone. Here's a turnover right in front. Ooh, between the legs move for Tanner Howe again as he tried to tuck it far corner on the Latvian netminder, but a big time stop right there as that puck just kind of trickled off the tape of Howe. And again, Latvia, again, not necessarily the best team. There's going to be some sloppy turnovers, and that one was for sure one that could have cost them a little bit of a goal right there, but a little bit of a miscue there by Tanner Howe trying to put it between the legs. A good defensive posture there from the Latvian defender, as well as Canada again quickly works it back to the point here. Price will stand the line. He'll fire a shot towards the net, goes off the tape of the Latvian netminder. Worked out to center ice. Canada so far through a minute and a half controlling the play here. Latvia busts across the line, quickly swallowed up by 3 Canadian sticks. Leading back the other way, here's Berkeley Catton, which should mean Mr. Gavin McKenna's on the ice here for Canada as well. And there's McKenna getting it down to Catton. A little bit of cat and mouse game here along the near side boards as Catton turns it over against the Latvian pressure. And here's Latvia getting across the blue line. They'll fire a shot up off a stick and out of play. 18-13 to go here in this first period. And Canada so far doing exactly what they need to here, playing in the Latvian zone. I mean, here you have it. Latvia's played 10th, 7th, 9th, and 8th over the past several tournaments for them. This is the first World Junior playoff appearance for them was in 2022. 9-4-3 all-time record for Latvia at the World Juniors. 2-3-4 in the preliminary rounds. Is this going to be worked back to Canada off the face-off inside their own zone, following the puck going over to play? Here's Schaefer looking to make the play behind his own net. He'll backhand around to Bonk. Bonk's going to see it left there now for Baudouin. Baudouin gets it down to Bonk. Schaefer on the far side as the puck goes over top of Baudouin's head, and it goes all the way down into Latvia's zone for an icing call. So both teams now starting to kind of, have to force it a little bit here to make those crisp passes. Canada in the white jerseys here this evening, and of course as well, Latvia in the dark burgundies is 22 points in 17 games played with Erie for Matthew Schaefer this year, and 2 points already in the tournament here at the World Juniors. 2 points that count. I know he had a couple in the preliminary or pre-tournament games, but 17:49 to go in a scoreless hockey game to begin this first period of play. Referees redo the face-off, so we'll have it to the right of Ivankovic here as the draw's back now to Latvia. The puck at the blue line, shot through traffic, blocked on its way there by Bonk, and Canada quickly clears the zone. Latvia fires it back in, swallowed up by Schaefer as it just kind of trickled in front of Ivankovic, and it'll come now near side for Bonk. Bonk across to the far side. He'll fire it in around behind the Latvian netminder. This one battling in behind the net. Latvia gets it out to the point, picked up by Boaki. He'll fire the shot through traffic. It's blocked in front. Another shot. Luchenko gets it right there, and this will be Price firing it around below the goal line. This one, Baudouin again trying to get it back to Boaki at the blue line. He will instead try to leave it off as Price kind of rotated. Somebody rotated around there as Price is all the way down in the far side corner. That's Bradley Nadeau here getting it back at the line. Everybody's a little cautious to pass it to Boaki, who's not sure why he's not getting the pass, but that shot from the outside will be swallowed up by Latvia's good netminder. And right there, to start the hockey game at least, you've got 16 minutes and 53 seconds left in the first period. Canada's got 3 shots through 3 minutes and 7 seconds of hockey, and nothing to show for it yet. Nothing even really relatively dangerous on net. So wonder what will happen here. Is 4-0 in the World Junior record versus Latvia. 41 goals for, 4 goals against for Team Canada over the course of their career facing Latvia. As this one goes near side, Latvia will backhand it behind their own net. This one goes to the far side boards as Latvia quickly cut through the neutral zone there, but they were shut off by Canada. Zaki battles it around on the near side. Easton Cowan with the puck under duress there. Will have it stripped away by Latvia. Open look. The shot fired towards the net. Saved in front there, and another shot fired on its way. Blocked by, I believe, Boaki on that attempt, and then hauled down as the Canadian player, and we will have a penalty against Latvia, guilty of doing a little bit too much to slow down the play there. So here's what it is. 16-19. So we will have a power play for Team Canada, and you would assume that is where the first goal of the hockey game will come from for the Canadian side. Is a good looking shot there for Latvia. I think they actually missed the net, and then Kel Ritchie got hauled down, swallowed up a little bit by Murinkins there a little bit, and that is why we have a power play. It's Holding versus Murnieks. Sorry, I read the K in the end backwards as this one's battling along the wall now for both squads. Canada trying to maintain possession after the face-off here. Schaefer at the blue line over to Jaeger. Jaeger down low. Gets it off a stick of a Latvian player back to himself from Catton. Catton going back to the middle. Here's Jaeger. Fakes out the Latvia defense. Back to the blue line. The shot from the point goes up off the helmet of the Latvian netminder, and Latvia will fire it down the ice and all the way down for Ivankovic, who will come out to play the puck. He's in the trapezoid, but he's got the puck out of the trapezoid, so one of my favorite rules about how that works, just with that thing. As Jaeger leaves it there, in on net, Schaefer takes himself out. He absolutely came in flying on a beautiful pass by Jaeger, and Schaefer is down in a heap after colliding with the post. He had a great drive to the net, but this might be a little bit of scariness here for Team Canada as Schaefer is going to skate off under his own power to the bench, but he definitely shook himself up. That was a high-speed collision. He came in flying. He was carrying the puck, dished it off to Jaeger, beat the defender around, and then tried to tuck it far side and just kind of forgot where that post was near side, trying to fire that puck and just couldn't quite clear himself out of the way. Thankfully, he's wearing that cage, as that kind of saved his chin from the brunt of the action, as that was a high speed collision with the net, as Schaefer shaken up and maybe something wrong with his wrist there as he's rolling it out, but looks like he might be fine to go. So this will be picked up now by Cowan, and now this will be Bonk leaving it there for Nadeau. Canada still on the power play for the next minute to go here as they play it back to the line for Bonk. The shot blocked there by Latvia. It'll come down near side. Is scrambled up by Baudouin. Baudouin got it across now for Bonk over to Cowan across to the far side. The team rolling around here inside the Latvian zone. Cowan to the far side option. Pass to the middle. Nadeau can't tip it towards the net. And this will be Baudouin having to play this one along the wall a little bit as well. I think I was calling Gauthier Baudouin, actually. I thought Baudouin was number 20. It's actually Gauthier who's number 20. Now that I look at it correctly, is Bonk at the high point over to the far side. The pass came to the near side off the skate of a Latvian player out into the neutral zone. And here comes Canada down the right wing as picking it up. Ritchie over to Nadeau. Nadeau will fire it up off the side of the net. And this will be around to the far side, picked up now by Bonk. Bonk now near side Cowan. Cowan is going back to the near side for the puck to the blue line. Cowan along the dot here, back now for Bonk. The shot from the point stings the Latvian player. He'll pick it up, Bonk will, and fire it back down low for Baudouin. Canada one shot on the power play. They get a second one, and then Latvia is content to just put it on their goaltender and cover up. So 14-12 to go here in the first period of play. It's scoreless so far. Canada, like I said, getting stymied by the Latvian net minding. It's a fickle thing sometimes where all of a sudden it shows up out of nowhere and Canada just can't get it past a stingy defensive team like Latvia, who is definitely defense first, and as well a netminder who somehow rides hot. As here's the puck for Gibson off the face-off into the glove of the Latvian netminder again. I didn't get a chance to catch his name, by the way. 14:08 to go. We'll regroup for a face-off on the near side. Canada out-shooting Latvia 5-0. And yeah, so far no results to show for it. Again, if you're expecting a 16-0 score, I don't think you're going to get that tonight out of the Latvian squad, who Dave Cameron, the head coach of Canada, was proud to say is probably the next hardest working team outside of Team Canada. Is this Gibson here? Of course he'd say that. You know what? As this one goes down low for Canada off the face-off draw, back now to the high point. Molendyk fires the shot through traffic. It's blocked in front, out of play, and we'll have a stoppage in play. And Norm, I appreciate the Leafs cheer. I mean, they're doing well against the Detroit Red Wings. Friends, it's a scoreless game here against Latvia for Canada so far, that you can see on the score sheet as we go here to check what's going on in the NHL today. Sabres up 4-0 over top of the Blackhawks. Devils up 2-1 over the Hurricanes. Blue Jackets over the Bruins 1-1 in that game. And then you've got 3-0 for the Leafs over the Red Wings. New head coach Todd McLellan having about the same results he does anywhere. Not good ones, as he was kind of beat up there by Edmonton a couple times over. Beat up in Edmonton a couple times over. And then, yeah, this is where we sit currently, just waiting for Team Canada to get back on the ice again. Friends, if you are new to the channel, I definitely appreciate if you'd consider subscribing and sticking around. Tomorrow afternoon, instead of World Juniors coverage, we'll have an Edmonton Oilers live stream as we get back to regular business here on the channel, just for the time being, given that it's a 2 p.m. afternoon game, so why not, right? Enjoy a little bit of Edmonton Oilers action and sit back and enjoy the ride. So yeah, Matthew Schaefer, the concern for Team Canada right now. He had that shot earlier, took a hard shoulder check into the post, shoulder checked himself into the post, that is, and went off down the tunnel after a hard collision with the net. And hopefully we see him out there rather soon. But Bo Akey, you would assume, will get a little bit more ice time now thanks to that, as Gibson off the draw for Canada after Latvia tried to clear the zone, fires it off the end wall, bounces it right into the Latvian netminder's glove, And we will have a stoppage in play again here as we're 13:51 in. Puck drop was about 14 minutes ago, so we're not really chewing off the clock rather fast here. I've seen the clock definitely move faster in some of these World Junior games this year. So far, we've already live streamed, 4 of them now? 5 of them this? 5 of them. This is the 5th one this tournament, so shooting for the record this year. I think the record's about 8, so be lucky if I could get there as this puck's bounced out into the neutral zone. Latvia across the line will fire it down. Offside they are at the Canadian line, however, so 13:38, we have another whistle in the action. And Dave Cameron's 3rd World Junior appearance with Team Canada, 2011, 2022, and 2025. Well, it feels like he's been around forever at this point, and truly, he has been. As Latvia across the line will backhand down low behind the net. Both teams battling here, trying to get something going inside the Canadian zone. Canada obviously wants to hold on and not giving up a shot as long as possible. Latvia had an opportunity, flipped up on it right in front of the net, and this will be headman through the neutral zone. Canada trying to beat Latvia to the puck, but it will ultimately be an icing call there with 13:14 to go. So again, the whistle's coming fast and furious here in this first period of play. 0-0 the score between Canada and Latvia, 5-0 the shots on net as we continue to wait for Canada to score that first goal of the game. I mean, realistically, Bo Akey's out there now for Canada, obviously with Matthew Schaefer injured at least for the time being. So Bo Akey, the Edmonton Oilers prospect, we like to see him out there as much as possible as he comes battling off the face-off. Latvia won it back, but won it to the outside as this one comes back inside Canadian territory for an icing call again. So we've now had, 5 whistles in the span of 1 minute. So this game continues to be a meat grinder for the time consumption. And we've got now 8th place at the 2024 World Juniors. Last year lost the quarterfinal versus the USA. So a great performance, technically speaking, for Latvia last year. And looking forward to seeing what they can muster up this year, as this one's going to be won back to the blue line by Canada on the icing call, but they collide with each other to Pinelli and McKenna. So this one comes around near side for Latvia, who will work up into the middle of the ice. Canada trying to find that floating puck in the neutral zone. It ends up on Catton's stick inside the Canadian end as this one comes up through the neutral zone. Pinelli quickly puts it on the tape of McKenna. Here he's on net, shot fired, and the scramble in the crease. Puck still alive. The TSN is saying that it's a goal and it's 1-0 for Canada. They quickly have to take the scoreboard off. Referee ruled no goal. Latvia trying to survive and hang on, get it out of the zone and get a whistle here. 12:28 to go. That was a heck of a drive from Gavin McKenna, and it ultimately results in no goal for Canada. But I mean, Gavin McKenna came within an eyelash of helping Canada score the first goal of the game. What a defensive effort there from Latvia, as now we're back to a 0-0 score on the scoreboard. That's good to see. TSN kind of jumping the gun before the referee had whistled it a good goal, as this one goes to the outside now. Braden Yager on the Jaeger. I'm going to screw that one up many times this tournament. On the ice now for Team Canada. The captain is Gibson, will fire it down into the far side corner. This is the thing. Canada can definitely play the space game with Latvia. I feel like there's maybe a few more advanced players on Team Canada than there is Latvia, but Dickinson takes down a Latvian player. It will be interference against him with 11:44 to go here in this first period of play. We're still chugging along here, at least to begin the hockey game now. Time at least winding down a little bit. As that, they're going to show the replay here of Gavin McKenna darting in on net as that puck went right across the goal line pretty much, as it bounced off of the stick of Catton. Oh, it went across the bar, and out, actually. That's what it was. Bar, and out. So post, crossbar, and out. Good looking couple of bounces there, but Dickinson will go off for interference. As Latvia down the left wing will look down behind the net now as they'll play out to the far side. Their first power play of the hockey game. Back makes the Canadian player miss, and that's a good defensive move there on the power play. And Latvia, I mean, they just had a wide open net, and I think they just quite honestly shot it into the netting. I thought that was a good chance, and I was a little stunned. Man, Latvia just took a 1-0 lead. Nope, that puck went up into the netting as a good spin move at the blue line. I'm still captivated by that. And then the shot right here, and it hit the pants of Oliver Bonk in front. So again, Canada doing a good job sitting there blocking shots. Love to see it, but again, I was mystified that Latvia could miss that open net, but that makes sense. The shot fired from the blue line for Latvia goes far side as Latvia will work back now to the blue line. The shot coming in here near side over top of the net again. Latvia good at regrouping the pucks here so far on this power play and not allowing Canada to escape their zone, as Latvia in behind will now lose control of the puck. Canada will clear all the way down to the Latvian netminder, who has so far stood tall on 7 shots against. 10:57 to go here in the first period of play. Up along the near side wall, Latvia enters the Canadian zone. They'll go around to the far side now and play it to the high point as Latvia rolls around the Canadian end. The shot loading up, save made by Ivankovic, and then Latvia just couldn't get the puck to settle near side as Ivankovic would have been beat short side easily. Scrum ensues along the near side high point. Canada's able to fish it out. Bo Akey will fire it out of the zone, and TSN's feed just went dark there for a half second. That was alarming. 40 seconds remain on the Latvian power play. 10:20 remains in this first period. Latvia out from behind their own net. They'll roll around near side here. Pass across the line now into the Canadian zone. The shot, and what do we have? We have a stoppage in play. Was Latvia offside there at the line? I thought maybe they might have been, but it looked like it was continuing. And that one right there, the shot off the stick or post as well. So Latvia's had some good looking opportunities, but missed just barely wide on a couple of them here, hitting a body or hitting a post on the way. 10:10 to go in this first period. It was indeed an offside. 26 seconds to go in the power play. Latvia will pick up here near side across the Canadian line, that time cleanly. That's good news, as Canada will fire it. Molendyk will get it down the length of the ice and all the way into Latvian territory. 9:50 to go here in this first period of play. Latvia carrying ahead across the line, backhanded down low, as Molendyk will pick it up to the far side. Canada trying to get out of their own end again. The power play now over for Latvia. They tally up a total of 3 shots. So Latvia now halfway to Canada's shot total is 7-3, as this one comes just bouncing around the Canadian end a little bit here as they look to make a pass. Catch Latvia sleeping. Gavin McKenna did. He got the pass out wide. Canada couldn't hold the zone near side, however, and this one will go again to the far side as Gavin McKenna picks up the pass there from Oliver Bonk. Bonk will carry the left wing. Bonk down the left wing. Stumbling there was the Latvian player, and it worked out. It was a protective play, and it worked as 9:06 to go here in this first period. Picking up across the line. Latvia will work now near side. Gavin McKenna seeing it work down low. Latvia working in behind the net as nice play by Price to push the man off the puck, and now Bonk has to get away from the referee to come away with that puck, as McKenna's definitely gotten some extended shifts here to begin this hockey game as Canada continues to look for that spark that will ignite the first goal of the game. As this continues along the near side corner inside the Latvian zone, Latvia fishes it out and they get it up in a positive direction, going through the neutral, moving their boots and getting down the right wing inside the Canadian zone. That's the strange part about this first period, is it was all Canada for the first bit, and now all of a sudden it's been all Latvia for the last bit, as we've got 8.5 minutes to go. Clock is now ticking along quite well here in this first period. Is now across the line. Ritchie down low to Cowan inside the Latvia zone. Cowan mishandles the puck. Latvia will try and tap it out, and they will. They'll start away 2-on-2 back the other way as Cowan just lost handle of that puck, and so did the Latvian player trying to shoot it on Ivankovic. Players just falling on top of each other in all aspects of the ice here, as this one will go back to the far side, as this will go now near side to the blue line, and this will be picked up by Canada after the dump in by Latvia. 7:40 to go here in the first period as Gibson across the line near side now for Cowan. Cowan working around, will bounce it off the boards, picked up by Jaeger to the middle of the ice. Here's a shot for Canada, and again denied by the Latvian netminder, who now has 8 consecutive saves to start the game. And what did I tell you? Caution beware. As the game keeps going and the Latvian goaltender keeps making saves, what's going to happen there? So We are now halfway through the first period of play, friends. So thanks for being aboard again. If you are new to the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button here tonight. Would love to have you aboard for the rest of the Canadian games, and as well have you aboard for Team Oilers. Let's go Edmonton Oilers tomorrow as we get towards puck drop on the post-holiday part of the season here for the Oilers against the LA Kings. Friends, of course, we are also just closing in on 17,300 subscribers, so we're close. Anyway, we are rolling along in a scoreless hockey game thus far. It's been a pretty good game for Canada and Latvia. Both teams competing pretty hard, and both teams coming up with a good effort thus far this evening. Latvia definitely impressing me. Again, I knew that the Latvian goaltender was possibly going to be a problem tonight, and so far has been the case. So we'll see if that continues to be the case the rest of the way home here in this first period. But right now, scoreless between Canada and Latvia, and the collisions all over the ice. Ritchie falling on top of the Latvian player, as I'm not sure if that shook up Ritchie. It did. So that's two Canadian players down the tunnel here early on in the hockey game. I don't think we've seen sign of Matthew Schaefer since. Gibson and Molendyk have gotten a lot of ice time since that happened, so has Bonk. And I think Boaki's picked up some extra minutes as well. Shot to the middle of the ice there, looking for more tone as the shot is fired from all angles here in the Canadian offensive zone. Everybody trying to get a puck on net here on that shift following that faceoff, as Latvia was able to escape the zone and clear out center. This puck will be picked up by Jaeger across to the far side. Shot fired down low as Molendyk sees it steered around on the near side. Latvia keeping pressure on the Canadians inside their own end. Canada, though, quickly steals that away as soon as I say it. Gibson gets it over to Molendyk, and now we'll probably have a zone exit here as Latvia retreats. Molendyk skates up through the middle as Latvia changes, actually, and the puck comes over the corner rather sharply. Molendyk comes chasing all the way down low. Martone comes hammering in. I mean, he's got a big frame, he can use it. And then a Canadian player comes flying at the Latvian defender as well. A little bit of physicality here as the period picks up action as Price gets it over now to Bonk. Price playing up there on the top line with Bonk now after Schaefer down the tunnel, as this will be picked up along the wall by Canada. Gauthier's got the puck. He is going to try and play this one near side. And we've just lost the feed for a brief moment again. Bonk around to the far side for Price. Price sees Bonk lose it and just ends up keeping it in there. Did Bonk actually on the mishandle. 6:06 to go here in the first period of play. This is going to work now to the near side, picking up steam. Latvia on the turnover will fire it down inside the Canadian territory. Ivankovic leaves it there for Boaki, who's now on the ice. The Edmonton Oilers prospect, that's who we're watching as Oilers fans this year for Team Canada. Obviously, he's not getting a ton of time, but he will be hopefully a big factor for Canada as the tournament goes on, or at least get a shine in some regard for Team Canada. As across the line, Canada has got Catton and McKenna back out there. A shot towards the front of the net, looking for somebody to pick up on it and deflect it. McKenna back to the front again. Can't get it through cleanly. Canada's only got 8 shots here through about 15 minutes of play, and so far no results to show for it. A scoreless hockey game in tonight's action. Puck to the far side. Latvia's going to pick this up and get this going along the end wall, but McKenna might have just forced a turnover as Latvia tries to exit the zone. Boaki can't hold it. Now we'll end up being back into the neutral territory. A turnover now. Latvia down the left wing. Aki's caught in on goal. Ivankovic the save. Goaltending's been a premium asset for Team Canada so far in this tournament, and it comes up huge on the 5th shot of the game for Latvia. McKenna fires another shot towards the net and another pass in front as McKenna's just trying to keep things going for Team Canada on the offensive streak here, as he's been about the lone bright spot. Cowan fires the shot, save off the shoulder there for the Latvian netminder. Cowan behind the net now. 4.5 to go here in this first period of play. Now Cal Ritchie picking it up. He's skating around the top of the zone. Ritchie will play it down low. Back in front, Canada getting fancy with it with a backhand toe drag pass, and it didn't work out. Latvia able to exit the zone here. Canada keeps it alive in possession as Ritchie got it over now for the defensive side. And now here's Ritchie again with the puck. Getting down the right wing. Latvia shoots it out as this comes back now into Canadian territory for an icing call against Latvia with 4:03 to go here in this first period. The Latvian netminder coming up with some big saves, but I mean Canada as well, just not quite fully dictating the game yet. And biggest thing is we got to start playing a little bit more direct. The Canadians a little too cute in front of the net here to begin this first period at times. 4:03 remains in the first period. Jager's line comes out, and of course Tanner Howe famously had the between the legs opportunity to begin action here tonight, and Howe will come in on the forecheck as Bonk looks to make the play over to Martone. This line should be able to play a little bit more direct is what I'm thinking and saying, as here's Howe back to the blue line. Here's Bonk at the point. Bonk will rip the shot through traffic, trying to find a deflection of Martone's big stick. Can't do it now, near side. The pass goes to the far side from Price, and this will be a shot from Howe through traffic, and there's a direct shot on goal, and the Latvian netminder makes another save. I'm going to say Latvia might have a good one here in this guy, as we've got 3.5 minutes to go in the third period. Again, friends, glad to have you aboard for the live stream tonight. What I'll tell you, if you're new to the channel, consider subscribing. Tomorrow's live event, as you can see behind me and you see on the subscribe tab here, it's basically we're going to have the Oilers back in action finally. It's going to be nice to have the Edmonton Oilers return from the holiday break to face the LA Kings. The website to view the game on, again, if you're in Canada, is tsn.ca/live. That's where you want to check things out. It's going to cost you $20 for a month, but again, it's the best play you can make. Again, it's the best $20 you will spend this holiday season. If you're a huge World Juniors fan, you can catch every single game all day long, and then you can kind of follow along with what becomes the gold medal rounds as well. So that would be my advice to you, friends, as we continue along here on the live stream this evening. We are continuing to roll. I see the Oilers Fanatic, my counterpart there, has put out a discussion on the team stats and lineup versus LA, as Victor Arvidsson gets himself a promotion back inside the top six pretty much as quick as all of us thought he would. There was really no mistake to be made there by the Oilers, as they just kind of needed to get him back in there, as we'll have now some time to get things rolling on the bench there for Mr. Abels for Latvia, talking things over with his players. The linesman's going to hold up play for a second here, as Team Canada will take the face-off inside their own zone. Scrambled up here. Draw goes back to the point. Near side, McKenna fires the shot through traffic. It's deflected, and this is going to go to the far side now, as it'll be picked up by Team Canada, as this is now near side. Shot fired, save made. Now Akey around to the far side, again looking for the shot through traffic. Can't get it there. Canada continuing to keep pucks alive inside the Latvia zone. Akey over now to Catton. Akey presented the one-timer, didn't like it. There was Catton as he goes back to McKenna. Pass in front, scrambled off a couple of legs, and it goes on to the feet and glove of the Latvian netminder. And it looks like there's a Canadian player scrummed up here by a couple of Latvian players, as Luca Pinelli got in there digging for that puck. And ultimately, it looks like Berkeley Catton might be headed to the penalty box here with 3:02 to go. I will tell you, it'll be a very interesting situation if Latvia is the first team to score in tonight's hockey game, because well, Canada's done a lot to try and earn their chances, but they've also been a little bit too cute in front, and Latvia's gotten some direct looks and fired the puck on net when possible. So we're going to have the referees conferring about a penalty here, as I'm not sure what Catton did, as he got in on the net and then he got scrummed up here, but I think it's the extra whack. Oh, it's the slash on the Latvian netminder that got the penalty called, and 2 for slashing, as the referee dictates to Berkeley Catton. So he was trying to get in there, but a little bit late, and 3:02 to go here in this period of play to start the hockey game, as Catton goes to get that puck and his sticks kind of interfered with on the way by the Latvian player right there. It deflects his path of the stick, and he gets the slash on the arm of the goaltender. So kind of one of those tough calls. That's why the referees conferred about it, but they do indeed still give Catton the slashing call, and it'll go back out of the zone. Latvia won the draw too cleanly. It comes back now into center ice territory, where Latvia will just fire it onto the tape of Ivankovic off the hop out of the corner. This one will now go along the far side wall. Canada wins the battle. They'll fire it down the length of the ice where the Latvia netminder will meet it there. I still haven't been able to get his name cleanly. Haven't got a clean look because here's the Latvian captain carrying forward, dumping back to the defense here, carrying through the neutral zone across the line as this will be picked up back to the far side. Latvia, the one-timer in front of the net, hammered on net. Ivankovic the save. Puck gets worked around as Canada's allowed Latvia some good looks on the power play. Another shot. That one hit the Latvian player in front, scrambled off the side of the net and cleared out of the zone by Canada. 2:15 to go here in this first period of play as the game continues to tick along here. Considering we had puck drop at 7:40, or 5:40, sorry, we've already played 34 minutes of this first period. That's not overall too bad actually now after that little bit of draining time. Latvia with a tip in front. That was a dangerous chance. Another shot from the point. Latvia is not afraid to shoot the puck on the power play. They are looking for every and all lane to get it on net. Another shot rifled there, blocked by the Canadian netminder Ivankovic as Latvia will bounce it off the boards. $1:35 remaining in the period now. Canada the outside defending there as Latvia goes back to the blue line. A miscue at the blue line that time, and that will allow Canada to escape the zone for a moment. Price a chance to get it out. Can't hit Gauthier in stride, or Gauthier might have had a little bit of a short-handed breakaway as 16 seconds remain in the Latvian power play across the line. The Latvia player right in on net, kind of diced the Canadian defense, which now includes, no, that's not Schaefer, that's Baudouin. Sorry, my apologies. I got excited there for a moment. Baudouin blows up the player behind the net. 1 minute to go here in the first period of play. 2 shots on net for Latvia. They've pretty much gotten 5 out of 7 shots on the power play so far, and Canada very sloppy in the fact of allowing that many shots on the power play to begin this hockey game as the shot again directed towards the net. Latvia, to their credit, has been absolutely on it tonight. Comparatively to where I thought they would be, as Canada guilty of the offside with 39 seconds to go in the first period. As we continue things here in today's action is battling in front. Good battle between Molendyk and the Latvian player, but it just ended up hitting him instead of trying to tip that. Unfortunately, as that would have been a good dangerous opportunity if he would have been able to get a stick on that puck. But we'll continue along nonetheless as obviously it's been a good hockey game thus far between both sides, battling it out as Latvia across the line will fire it into the near side corner. Canada will pick up the puck. Iki out there now, 5-on-5 for Canada and Latvia as it'll be punched out of the zone. Here's Ritchie trying to get it going in a positive direction. Latvia rips it back into the zone. Here now the shot fired towards the net. Ivankovic, another save, the 9th shot. He's turned aside. Both goaltenders having a night so far as this one's going to be picked up through the zone. Cal Ritchie across the line. 10 seconds to go in this scoreless first period, and it looks like indeed as Cowan rattles the boards with a hit, it will remain scoreless a bit longer as Latvia very good this year in this first period as this is their first game of the tournament and they have shut Canada out through 20 minutes of play. Friends, I'm looking forward to seeing what the next 20 has to offer. Obviously, I wish I had a scoring summary for you. All I have is an injury update. Cal Ritchie's back on the ice following his shake-up, but Matthew Schaefer has not been seen since colliding with the post early in the hockey game, so we'll see if he indeed comes back or not this evening. For right now, though, I'm going to step aside and see if dinner is ready. I'll be right back once I get some food in me. Definitely, if you haven't already, make sure to hit that subscribe button. I'll be right back. All right, well, when you sit there and get all excited about food, that's usually when it's not ready. So that's where we find ourselves right now, friends. It is intermission time right now. Matthew Schaefer, obviously, tough go. Took that hard shoulder into the corner post, and yeah, very tough blow for him as he went jamming in there and took off the net and ended up going into the far corner as well. So hopefully he is all good to go. Hopefully for Team Canada, they don't miss him too much tonight. I think they are, to some degree, missing him a little bit here this evening. It's been a tough go for sure. And yes. So we are, well, in a scoreless hockey game. There's really not much to talk about other than exactly what I thought was going to happen, which is the Latvian netminder keeps Canada off the board. I was thinking that Canada was going to score a ton of goals because that was maybe the general consensus expectation. But, man, my goodness, Latvia pushed hard in that hockey game's first period. And obviously as well, for Latvia, they got great goaltending. So did Canada. And at the end of the first period, it is a scoreless tie, which, I mean, you lose Schaefer and you lost Ritchie for a little bit there. It is a little bit of a worrisome point for Canada. Like, what do we do here? Because obviously the longer you go without Matthew Schaefer in this tournament, the worse the odds get for Team Canada. That much is for sure. So we're still waiting for this next period to start. We have probably about 15 minutes to go before it gets back and up and underway. I'll take one more break here in a little bit. But again, friends, it's been a night where a little bit of a head scratcher at times for Team Canada. A little bit too cute in and around the net, trying to do a little bit too much with the puck. Trying to make that perfect play rather than just, again, the Latvian goaltender is good, but again, you should be, as Team Canada, no matter who the netminder is, if you shoot the puck, you still have a good chance to score. So, again, shooting the puck might not be a bad thing for Canada here this afternoon, this evening against Latvia. I guess it is now 6:24 in the evening, so I should get used to saying this evening. But, yeah, these early morning, early afternoon games really screw with the psyche. It's been in a day already. I think we had Finland versus Germany. The first period of that game earlier today went for the first period and the pregame, and now obviously we are through the first period and the pregame here for Canada versus Latvia, live for about an hour and 45 minutes already. It's been a exciting day number 2, right? Canada had a great game against Finland last night, and now they're in for another good matchup here against Latvia, or at least it appears that way for the time being. So looking forward to seeing what happens here this evening. As well, I would like to extend, for those of you that might be rejoining me here for the first time tonight, I'd like to extend a huge thank you for if you were joining me on last night's Canada-Finland live stream. Any of you that were there helped set a record for an all-time live stream on Dolany TV. It's the largest live stream I've ever done here on the channel in the 12-year history of the channel, so thank you for being a part of that. That was really something that, I know it's Canada versus Finland that set the record last time out, but again, to expect that every single time is a little ridiculous, but to actually see it happen again is pretty special. So, yeah, that's where we're at. And Blake, Canada isn't winning. Yeah, that's probably the pretty modest, honest reaction to what's going on here. Latvia's just done a very good job. They've gotten 2 power plays in this game, so Canada got a little bit sloppy with the penalty box so far, but Latvia's put the pressure on Canada both times on the power play. They've gotten goaltending when they've needed it, and Canada's been a little too cute with the puck in front of the net when they should just be shooting it. So kind of a couple of combined things here when it comes down to it for Canada, and that's been the case so far this evening. Is puck possession time in the O-zone. Canada had 10 minutes of time. They controlled half the period, but Latvia, to their credit, still had 6 minutes and 36 seconds. Slot shots are dead even. Cycle chances are 9-4 for Latvia. Rush chances are the only place where Canada's dominating, 5-2. So Latvian netminder taking the jersey off, taking a moment to appreciate things, listening to some music, staying calm out there, and Latvian players in the dressing room trying to get talked over with the coaching staff as well. So Blake, I think I answered that for you, but it's a little bit of both for Canada today. Just good defense for Latvia, and a little bit of an issue shooting the puck. That's really all I have to say so far. It's kind of been a little bit of an issue, but hopefully not so much one in the second period, friends, as we go check out how things are looking over there. We are now up over 256 hours on the stream, so thank you for spending your Friday evening with me. I don't even know. I've been off since Tuesday at this point, off work since Tuesday, so I'm just sitting here enjoying days off, not even knowing what day of the week it is. Don't have to go back to work till Monday. That is a nice feeling, let me tell you that much. So we're looking forward to seeing what happens here once we do get back to work. 2 final days to close out the 2024 calendar at work, and hopefully close it out on a high note, have a couple good days, and you know what, get ready for 2025, which has to be an equally good year as well. So looking forward to seeing that. Charlie, welcome aboard. Glad to see you back on the live stream here tonight. I just don't want to screw up the first name and that username there. As well, Blake, Canadian. So of course I'm cheering for Canada. That's fine. It's just, yeah, it's confusing to me at this point that Canada just didn't come out with a little bit more, get pucks on net, put pucks past the netminder, and that'll be that. So that just confuses me a little bit there, but hey, we'll take it what we can, and hopefully Latvia just kind of starts falling off a little bit. I know in junior hockey there tends to be teams that are really good in the first and second, or first half of the second period of hockey, and then the good team in the game actually takes over from there, just because the other team that was doing good, working really hard, runs out of gas. It tends to happen. And the other side to say too is Canada's playing on them back-to-back today. I know a lot of teams do at the World Juniors, and they do at the junior level in general, but this is just kind of the nature of the beast. Latvia's come in, this is their first game of the tournament, whereas this is Canada's second in 2 nights, so there might be a little bit of something there to be said as well. While we continue along, waiting for this game to get back up and underway, friends, I am going to take a little bit of a break, but first we'll say hello to Marcus from Latvia. Glad to have you aboard here. Latvia's doing you proud tonight, at least through the first period. I'll be right back, friends. Stay tuned. All right, well, it looks like we're just about set up for the second period of play. We'll have one more commercial break, and then Gordon Miller and Mike Johnson will bring us back aboard here for World Juniors night, whatever it is, 2, as Canada tries to find the back of the net against Latvia. They're struggling here to begin the hockey game, but don't worry, they'll find a way. That much I am sure of at this point anyway. Just ask me at the end of the second if we're still scoreless or down a couple, how faithful I'm feeling. Is, Canada's always got a good shot against any team in the World Juniors, but that was an impressive period from Latvia. I can honestly say that straight up. Not that I didn't expect the goaltending to be good, but the offense and the power play from Latvia, I mean, that doesn't look like the same team that we have watched at the international level the past 15 years. I know they've been getting better and better year in, year out, but again, Canada embarrassed them again 10-0 last year, and then this is what we've got here, a 0-0 score, 2 lights out power plays that didn't score for Latvia, thanks for the Canadian goaltending. Nobody would ever think we'd be saying that, but just fantastic to see that Latvia is kind of in the mix now at the international level over the past few years and really starting to turn up the intensity in their hockey programs, which is awesome to see. So we are waiting for this one to get back up and underway, friends. I am just going to again tell you, as you saw the subscribe ad, I'll put my plea out there. If you are new to the channel, consider subscribing. You see the Oilers colors, you see the jerseys behind me, the flag on the wall and stuff. Tomorrow we go back to regular business for at least one day as the Oilers take on the LA Kings in the first matchup of the year. The Oilers will look to try and keep the division going in a positive direction for them personally, as they're a point ahead of the LA Kings right now. If they win, they move 3 points ahead. If San Jose beats Vegas tonight, oh boy, that creates complication as well, as then Edmonton would move within just a striking distance there of it. So we'll see what happens, but obviously, hopefully Canada can find the offense, as I really wouldn't call them the worst team in the last few years, as I would tell you they scored 4 goals against Finland yesterday. So I wouldn't be so quick to write them off. It's just, again, I full well expected Latvia's goaltending to be pretty premium tonight, and it has been pretty premium for them tonight. And again, other than that, Canada, they are an explosively offensive team. It's just they've been a little too cute, right? They're showing off kind of some of the cute plays here by Canada, the backhanded spinorama passes into the slot, the 2-touch into the slot, like all these little dance moves at the blue line, stuff like that. It's just been a little bit too much extra jam to try and get a goal, where all Canada has to do against a team like Latvia traditionally is shoot the puck, right? That's all it is. So that's what we have to do. We just have to sit there and honestly slow down and shoot the puck. Face off here to begin the second period. Let's go. Hey now, welcome aboard, as this one is back to the blue line for Canada as Latvia enters the zone. The shot across the line, a rebound opportunity. Ivankovic makes the save, and then a big time stop by Cal Ritchie. He held down the stick of the Latvian player. The puck across in the middle of the ice. Here comes Canada across the line now, playing near side. Canada goes to the backhand to the front of the net, picked up by Nadeau in the corner after he battled for it, as Cowan goes across to the far side. Canada again, a little cute pass there from Mullendijk to Gibson. The shot from the point drifts through traffic from Gibson near side boards. Back to the point now. The shot blocked in front, never made it through. Far side corner. 19 minutes remaining here in this second period to play. Well, 19:10, but who's counting? This one already off to a hot pace compared to the start of the first. We had 3 whistles within 15 seconds. Latvia will fire this in from center. Ivankovic will fire it around the near side boards. Lands on the tape of a Latvian player. Puck to the middle of the ice. Took a bounce. Latvia comes up with it at the far side boards. Canada quickly swallows it up and gets it going to the near side. Here's Cowan across the line, picking up steam. Cowan to the backhand, doesn't decide to shoot. Dragged it behind the net, and here's Latvia clearing back to the blue line now as Price will get it going to the far side boards. Trying to beat Latvia to that puck on the far side was Martone. Martone and Jaeger won the battle. The shot through traffic is swept away by the Latvian defense. And this will be Jaeger again trying to quickly pass it past another defender. And Latvia is just in every single lane Canada's trying to pass through right now as Ivankovic gloves that puck down, rims it around to the far side for Bonk. Bonk's going to come up with this puck, played along the far side. Here's Price, so Schaefer's still out. As Schaefer across to the far side for Martone. Martone's lost his neck guard, or is in the process of losing it. Jaeger finally fires a dart on net, and it's a save made by the Latvian netminder as we have gone 2+ minutes without a whistle to begin this second period. Hell of a hot start to begin things here as let's go Latvia up the ice now. Across the line, back to the near side. The shot from the outside, save made by Ivankovic, and we officially have a goaltending clinic on our hands. Pinelli backhanded into the middle of the ice. Here's now across the line, Catton near side. McKenna, the shot fired, save made again. As that's shot number 14 turned aside, knocked down at the line. Dickinson, who took a bad penalty in that first period. The shot, again, save made as both teams up and down the ice taking shots. Every chance they get here to begin this second period. The shot wired in from the blue line for Canada. Gavin McKenna battling for the puck again. Scooping it away is Catton. Catton rolling around the top of the zone. He's going to skate to the outside, pass to the middle, and again that puck just maybe he should have shot. But McKenna with the puck now will skate through the middle of the ice, leave it there for Pinelli, switch sides with him. Looking for that one-time opportunity for Bo Akey. Nobody wants that Bo Akey one-timer. Here's Pinelli in on net. Fires it up over top of the near side corner. Missed the net completely, and then Dickinson misses the blue line altogether and goes offside. 16:52. My goodness, what a clinic here from both goalies to begin the second period. And it looks like Canada is going to get a penalty here as Catton goes off. This game has been some strange from the Canadian perspective in terms of the expectations, but Catton coming through the middle of the ice there, right in front of the referee, high sticks the player across the throat. And that will be a penalty as Pinelli with a couple of great cuts and just darting through the middle, and then all of a sudden just couldn't tuck it up. Doesn't quite have that Connor McDavid touch, might I add. 16:52 to go here. And now Latvia, following that tremendous pressure by the Gavin McKenna line, who's been the best line of the hockey game so far, gets a chance to get on the scoreboard here on the power play as this one's worked to the far side corner. It's scoreless, by the way, as this goes back to the blue line. As this will work through for Latvia. Latvia will work at their own line, rolling up to the middle of the ice as it goes cut off there by Canada. Here's a 1-on-0 on the breakaway. The shot loading in. Scores! Luchenko with a dagger of a move. Short-handed and froze the Latvian goaltender who second, triple, and fourth guessed himself. And just walking around him was Jet Luchenko to break the goose egg. Canada on the board at long last as Luchenko cut that puck off, hustled for it. Latvian netminder didn't know what to do, and then just before he could even get into position, he made a move and Luchenko faked him off and just put him back in the net. That is a blender of a move there as Luchenko just great edge work to dance around the netminder who had been solid to this point, and Abels is not impressed with his team for that one. But I really don't know what you're supposed to do. Jet Luchenko stepped up, made a poke check, and that was a beauty for Jet Luchenko, who obviously has some NHL pedigree, having spent some time with the Flyers this year. And Oliver Bonk will fire this shot down the right wing, picking it up now. Latvia out behind their own net. Short-handed, Latvia is still on the power play. We could go back to a dead tie right here in a matter of moments. Latvia near side, taken down there by Tanner Howe. Latvia will chip along the boards back into the near side corner. 16:12 to go here in the second period as Latvia dances around the near side boards. The shot loading up, misses on the far side of Ivankovic. This puck comes out of the zone. Across the line, Latvia will look to backhand this one down low to Ivankovic again, who will leave it there for Bonk, who clears the zone. And now all of a sudden maybe that seed of doubt creeping into the Latvian mindset as they had everything going for them through about, well, I guess roughly 23 minutes. But now it is what it is. As this one goes back now down low for Latvia. Latvia will work around to the near side. Latvia looking for the shot off the wing. Pass to the middle coming up. Shot right there. Rebound and cleared out by Canada. 30 seconds to go here in this power play for Latvia. To the far side it goes. 15-16 to go in the second period, as Latvia will play it up through the neutral zone, looking to load up one last power play rush, cutting up the middle now. Here comes the wing attack for Latvia around to the far side, boards, high point, picking it up now. Latvia goes down to the corner, and it was cut off by Canada there. And this will be worked out to center ice. Here's Canada 3-on-3 back the other way, back to even strength. The shot fired up and out of play as that puck leaves the ice surface for the time being. So a couple of great sequences of action here in this second period compared to what we saw in the first. And I mean, just unbelievable move by Jet Luchenko. As you see, Latvia's goaltender had to come out, challenge after kind of standing there unsuspectingly, and then Canada scores the goal that makes it 1-0. You love to see it. 14:51 to go here. Back's kind of tight. 14:51 to go here in this second period of play, as this will be a face-off won back by Latvia inside their own zone. Canada quickly swallows it up, and now you know Canada's on it. They want this puck in the back of the net as much as possible here, now that they've cracked the first one home, as this one comes back to the middle of the ice. Molendyk gets beat to the puck there by the Latvian attacker. And this will be now Gavin McKenna working in behind the net, as this will be to the far side, and Latvia pokes it out of the zone. Canada retreating in the neutral zone has it on their stick as they cross the Latvian blue line again. Molendyk into the corner there, as it'll be fired around to the far side. Picked up by Bo Akey. Bo Akey rolling at the high point. Here's Molendyk looking for the pass down low to Catton as the third line again. Here's the shot from Molendyk. Rebound opportunity, McKenna. I thought the Latvian netminder had swallowed that up. He hadn't. And that was a heck of a play there by McKenna to get that rebound loose and get going with it, as this is going to continue. Third line dominance here for Canada. The shot deflected, and it ends up going into the corner for a scrum. And Latvia not impressed with Canada here. We have penalties upcoming. 13:51 to go as Luca Pinelli keeps causing chaos. Him and the Latvian player keep going back and forth here. It looks like we're going to have multiple penalties on this play, and possibly another Latvian power play upcoming. For right now, though, I think I'm going to go take a quick bathroom timeout, friends. I'll be right back, and we'll sort this out in a matter of moments. Jet Luchenko's family very happy that he is the opening goal scorer for tonight's game. 1-0 Canada leads Latvia, there, as it will skate 5-on-5 in this second period, following the rough stuff in behind the play after obviously Canada got a good chance on the Latvian netminder, as this one shot towards the net. It is blocked in front by Canada again, and here we go. We're going to have a chance now for Canada to set things up as Price near side. There's penalty upcoming to Latvia, as Canada will get the extra man on the ice. Nadeau tries to queue up the one-timer, couldn't do it. Here now rolling around the zone, pass down low, looking for Caden Price as he'll roll around near side as he'll go back to the point now. Instead, as Bradley Nadeau comes into the corner looking for Gavin McKenna. Canada trying to keep this puck alive. Ultimately, it's turned, and now here's another bit of pushing and shoving between Canada and Latvia. And I don't know what Canada's problem is at this tournament, but they have had that edge, and they've gotten the opponents going a little bit here this year as Latvia will go to the box with 13-14 to go. The shots are 19-12 for Canada. They will get the power play up 1-0 here in this second period of play. And where did that penalty come? As that's the question. As Cowan fired the shot towards the net. Oh, I guess they're going to rule that Cowan got tripped there. I don't really think that was a... Oh, okay. Now I see the whack on the skates. That makes more sense. I was going to say, don't think Cowan really got tripped. Irvin, good evening to you. Live from Nunavut this evening. As we go 13-14 to go, and the power play unit for Team Canada gets underway here in this second period of play. Face off down for Tanner Howe as the unit gets going. The top power play unit has not really been productive so far in this tournament, but we'll see what happens here as Bonk gets going along the far side for Nadeau. Nadeau really needs to start stepping up here in this tournament. Obviously played in the AHL this year. He's the most pro player that Team Canada has. As here's Cowan looking to play it back along the wall, turning it over there to Latvia, but keeping it alive after all. As now Ritchie along the middle of the ice, he'll drag a shot far towards the middle as that will be blocked in front. Cowan looking back to the blue line. Here's Bonk to the far side. This is where Canada really misses Schaefer, is that secondary unit is not going to have him. As here's Ritchie down low to Nadeau. Nadeau back to the blue line now for Cowan. Cowan looking, plays it down low instead, chooses to pass off. Now Bonk, as Canada's just afraid to rip the one-timers from the blue line. Cowan fires the shot from the blue line, scrambled in the crease, and another couple of headlocks here from Latvia as Canada continues to dig away at the Latvian netminder. And this is some interesting, I'll tell you. 12-16 to go here in this second period of play. 1-0 Canada leads. They've been doing a pretty good job so far of now in this second period directing shots on net, but they got to start letting the D-men shoot the puck from the point. At some point, one's got to figure, because they've had some good opportunities to load up the 1T and just haven't quite allowed for it from the blue line. The shot really, it's a deadly one for a guy like Bonk or a guy like Bo Akey. They got to start accounting for that when it comes to their attack here. With 12-16 to go here in this second period of play, Latvia wins the face-off inside their own end. They're going to fire it out to the point, turn it over immediately to Gavin McKenna, who gets tripped up. And no call-up coming on that play, so Latvia will continue forward on the short-handed attempt to get into the Canadian end as McKenna will load up behind the play. Molendyk will give off to him, but not quite check things out with McKenna first. And that almost cost Canada a chance, but here's Catton now picking it up across the line. He makes the calm play over to McKenna, who tries to just backhand sweep it free to Porter Martone, but he couldn't get it over there cleanly. Canada, though, keeps it rolling around the zone down low. Here's now Catton walking out in front. The Latvian netminder had the stick held in the glove to keep balance. That was a cool, I mean, if you can watch that replay, I'd watch that. That was really nifty, kind of the way he fell down there. But the second unit working this puck around rather efficiently down low into the corner again. Canada goes right in front for McKenna. He lost track of it. Molendyk gets it back as Jaeger will get it to the far side. Power play is over. Here's now Molendyk stepping up, shot fired. And that puck went off of something in front as Molendyk will get it around to the far side now for Jaeger again as Team Canada's second power play unit keeps the pressure up here in the Latvian zone following the power play expiring as Molendyk will go across to the far side now. Catton picking up near side Molendyk. The shot again through little traffic is scooped up by the Latvian netminder's glove with 10:49 to go here in this second period of play. Friends, give me a second. All right, we should be good to rock and roll. Just had to wipe off my face. Felt a little gross there after that butter tart upstairs earlier during the intermission. Is this down behind the Latvian net now off the face-off in their own end again? Canada got that good chance, and Latvia again can't clear the zone. So here's now a shot from Goche up off the shoulder. The Latvian netminder has now made 22 saves tonight in action. 23 credited officially now, as Canada still keeping up pressure behind the net. Latvia working hard to keep Canada off the board, but it's getting harder and harder by the minute here in this second period. 24th save now made as Canada tallies up their 25th shot of the game. Stephen, welcome aboard. As we get closer and closer to some kind of result here in this hockey game, we're now into the back half of the game as we trend towards, oh no, we're not, 10:19. Sorry, I thought we were at 9:19. My apologies there. Losing track of time already tonight. Me never. As we go up over 320 hours on the stream as well. Thank you so much for spending your Friday night with me. I must say that back home, I appreciate it. As this goes now for a face-off. To the left of the Latvian netminder, everybody kind of gets a little antsy and gets going a little too soon. And we'll redo things here with 10:19 to go in the second period, where Canada leads 1-0. Face off, one back by Latvia. Again, can they clear the zone for a third time? They can, finally, but Canada quickly makes pressure here in the neutral. Latvia across the line, firing the shot onto Ivankovic, who gloves it down, holds onto it. 10:08 to go in the second period, as that whistle is whistling down the play, and we'll have a stoppage for the time being again, as both teams engaged in a good battle. I mean, if you would have told me halfway through the game it would be 1-0 Canada over Latvia, I don't know if I would have believed you, but I would have said, hey, that's going to be fun. And so far it has been. Latvian netminder stealing the show. Ivankovic has been solid, and both teams getting multiple power play opportunities and unable to really generate anything with them, as the shorthanded goal by Luchenko is the only marker of the game, as Martone coming away with this puck for Team Canada. He'll play it up along the near side. It'll be fired back inside the Latvian end. And this will be fired over top of the net. And with 9:51 to go, we'll have another stoppage in play, as Jet Luchenko puts on the brakes and makes a beautiful move around the netminder for Latvia. And that was huge. That's a big time goal for Jet Luchenko, and a big time goal for Team Canada, as that's going to get us to 1-0. Now it's about getting past 1-0. Hopefully at some point here in this second period. The longer you wait, the longer it's going to be hard to do, and well, you just don't know how much longer Latvia is going to keep up the pressure, or how long they can keep up the pressure. And I don't mean that in a mean tone. I mean that in a, they keep up the pressure the full game, you might be lucky to win this 1-0. So there it is. But we continue to roll through. Of course, Jet Luchenko with the unassisted marker in the hockey game, by the way, as well. So it's that's kind of something else to go with that. Is there's really not much going on in today's hockey game. So you've got you've got Jet Luchenko unassisted. He's the leader in the game with goals, and then nobody else really doing anything. And the name for the Latvian netminder, finally we have it, Feldbergs. All right, that's going to make life easier. Feldbergs has had an incredible night so far, and we're looking forward to seeing him continue that here as the game goes along. Feldbergs has made things interesting for Latvia. Full credit to him now that we know his name. I've kept seeing some variations of that on the back of the jersey, but I didn't want to be wrong, and I'm glad we're not. So here we go. Face off. Linesman calls time again. So we will reset one more time here as we'll try and get things going. Braden Yeager will take the face-off, win it back to the defense. This one will be worked out into the neutral zone. Canada comes hard, colliding there, trying to force the puck forward. 9.5 minutes to go here in this second period as Latvia across the line fires the shot towards the net, goes wide. And this one will go now back down into the corner as Latvia will go around to the far side, try and keep this one alive. Shot down low. Comes back near side as this works along the point for Latvia. The shot fired through traffic to the far side as Martone fires it up along the boards. Turn it over to Latvia. They're coming through the middle. The shot fired, blocked there by Canada on the short side. And it comes to the near side now for Latvia to once again reload the attack as they take their turn, getting some traffic in front of Ivankovic, who makes another save here, his 13th of the game. Irvin, Merry Christmas to you as well, as this one will be a couple of good looks here as Ivankovic has put in a body of work tonight. And I mean, thankfully for that, because if he hadn't made some of those saves, Latvia could easily be up 3-1, 2-1 right now, given the way Feldbergs has been playing so far. So 9:08 to go in the second period to play. 25-12 the shots for Canada right now. Ivankovic was 2024 gold medal winner at the Helenka Gretzky Cup, a .75 goals against average. So pretty good, really good. As this will be Pinelli across to McKenna. McKenna loading up Dickinson in the middle. He's hauled down. Latvia not guilty of a penalty there, so McKenna will keep playing with this as he tries to skate past. Oh, Latvia does have a delayed penalty. Never mind. Pardon me, it took a moment to realize for the referees or whoever was calling that one, the back official, I guess, as Dickinson will look to make this play around the top of the zone, far side. Coming back, Molendyk goes to McKenna. He fires the shot immediately. Rebound comes out, and Latvia hasn't gotten a touch on that puck, so McKenna gets another chance to load up. Feldberg swallowed that one and then let it loose, as McKenna will reload again, fire the shot, and this time on the block off the stick. Latvia will touch up with 8:19 to go in this second period of play, friends. Latvia to the box. Is this the moment where Canada starts taking a hold of this game and scoring possibly the 2-0 goal? That'd be fantastic if they could, but I don't know if Feldbergs is going to allow that to happen. He's been on it tonight. 8:19 to go here in the second period. And we've got 2-minute power play. Clockins goes to the box for Latvia as we settle up here with a 2-minute power play for Canada. So Jaeger will take the face-off for the Canadian squad. He's out there on the power play. He's a third line forward, but he takes the power play as well, as it looks like they're going to start Martone as well. So maybe a little bit of a different look for the Team Canada power play here to start. As okay, interesting as they try to get something going here. Is this going to be a face-off down low in the zone, as it'll be punched out into the Canadian territory as it goes into the corner there? As picking it up, Molendyk will come away with it for Canada. 8:06 to go here in the second period of play. Molendyk rolling up through the neutral zone, across the line. He's into the corner now. He's going for the full-length skate, and he does, all the way around to the far side. Nice pass by Jaeger to get it over to McKenna. McKenna's been buzzing this game. He's going to pass it down low to Martone. Martone back to the blue line for Molendyk. Across now to Jaeger, down into the corner for the fifth man of the unit, which would be Berkeley Catton. And it will be worked out after, well, Berkeley Catton couldn't pick up the pass, and basically a nice play by Latvia to clear the zone. Back in immediately is Gavin McKenna, leaving it there for Jaeger. Jaeger across to the far side, can't get it through, and here's now Latvia loading up. Molendyk over near side, McKenna over to the far side, loading down. Everybody passing this puck around. Here's McKenna looking to load up the shot. He will through traffic. Puck goes into the far side corner, bounces back to the blue line for Jaeger at this point. Here comes McKenna again. Basically the whole mantra from Team Canada is let McKenna shoot the puck from wherever the heck he wants to. Here's Jaeger leaving it again for McKenna. He's loading up the shot through traffic, goes wide. I don't want to even know how many shot attempts Gavin McKenna has on net here. Another one through traffic. Block, breaks the stick, or lost the stick. Here's Jaeger over to McKenna, trying to cue him up for a one-timer. I have never seen a team allow a guy to force feed himself this much as Gavin McKenna has. As the puck goes into his skates, he's going to pass it over to Jaeger. The one time, not an option. The follow-up was Jaeger got it down low into the crease. Here's McKenna now as the player's picking up his stick. Molendyk from the top of the dots trying to get it going. He'll roll back to the high point. Now McKenna over to Jaeger. The shot through traffic. Rebound off the block in front is fired wide by Jaeger, as Canada absolutely dicing here on 2-minute power play. They're going to keep the zone time going. Molendyk, Canada has struck gold here with this combination. My goodness. Martone and Baudouin really never touched the puck on that whole sequence. And this one will be around in the near side. Now it's on Price and the new crew to kind of use the time in the zone wisely. They've gotten a full power play and a shift change inside the Latvian end. Shot fired through traffic. Price fires the shot again, and it goes up over top and out of play. 5:54 to go. What a sequence there for Canada and Latvia, and still denied, as just not able to hit the net at all was Gavin McKenna on those chances there on that power play. What, I mean, you just gotta, I love that they're feeding the kid, but they gotta love a goal at some point as well. I mean, this team's not short on offensive firepower. You just got to hit the net and put it in the back, but kind of struggled there to do that. So it is what it is. As we continue along here on live stream, friends, thanks for being aboard again. If you are new to the channel and you want to come back, check out the regular hockey content that is the Edmonton Oilers live streams and coverage here on the channel. We're glad to do that again tonight. Later on, we'll have a discussion about the Oilers' top 6 for tomorrow's game against the LA Kings. Victor Arvidsson has snuck back up in there, so he had a great game the other game. So looking forward to seeing him back in the lineup for the Oilers, fully healthy and ready to go. So make sure to subscribe. That way you can grab that video later on today. Subscribing is free, by the way. Nothing to it. You just click the button as long as you have a YouTube account and you're good to go. Gavin McKenna, though, I mean, 9 shot attempts probably on that power play? I don't even know. It was wild and ridiculous how many shot attempts Canada had truly on that power play. But again, Feldbergs is just hanging in tough, making save after save, and that was the worry coming into the game, is you let that Latvian netminder start making saves and watch what happens. And that's been the case here today. So 5:54 to go in this second period. 26 saves for the netminder for Latvia, Feldbergs, who's put in a clinic so far, and Canada's put a clinic on him. So welcome to it. As I am about 5.5 minutes here away from being able to have a little bit of dinner as well. Not quite ready there in the first intermission as Latvia carries forward off the face-off. They'll fire the shot. Ivankovic paddles it into the end wall. Canada works away from Latvia out behind their own net as that will go across. Bonk over to Price. Still no Matthew Schaefer. I think his game's probably over at this point, if I'm being honest with you. If I went and checked social media, that's what I'd probably read. As Cowan goes behind the net, he'll work back in front. The shot from Nadeau goes off the side of the net. And that's been the other side for Canada today, hitting the side of the net. What are you doing? Just put it on the goalie, hope for a rebound, get it going. But a little bit too cute trying to snipe it top corner or sidebar or whatever, as Cowan loses that puck again. And that's one thing I've hated about Cowan's game so far through the first 2 games, is he tends to lose the puck in traffic, and it's kind of been a little bit of the only knock I can put on him so far through 2 periods of this game and through a game against Finland. So here's Dickinson loading up now Luchenko. Luchenko's offside. He gets stapled by Latvia, but he's a solid kid, so he kind of is able to stand his ground. Cowan wants a piece of the player that stapled him, and again, we've got pushing and shoving here, and now that's going to cost his penalty minutes for both sides, as the referees have made good note of that. So a very interesting game so far from Canada and Latvia, in which they're very well matched. Not that you would say that regularly, but they are very, very well matched tonight. And that's not necessarily a bad thing at all, as both teams bringing their best this afternoon, this evening. As we go into the last 5 minutes of the second period, Canada-Latvia 28-12, the shots on net for Canada in a 1-0 score. As we'll have the face-off, the referees talking things over. As Marcus, I am sure you are loving that, that's for sure. And John, well, stay tuned. As we go here now for an opportunity off the draw, picked up by Jet Luchenko. He'll fire to the far side, tapped in there by Gauthier. This one goes along the near side wall, and this is going to be picked up by, who is that? Cataford. Cataford gets it down over to the far side point. Just a little area pass there to Luchenko. Gets Canada's attack rolling around the Latvian zone again. Luchenko, a shot through traffic, gets going here as this one will be fired to the far side. I thought they were going to throw it in the corner. They threw it on net. So Canada's now piled up 30 shots, it looks like, as Dickinson comes near side. As this is going to be Cataford across as Dickinson fires the shot. And it'll be picked up again by Team Canada, as they're just kind of starting to work Latvia on this shift inside their own zone. Gibson, haven't seen much of him in the past little bit, but of course Canada was on that power play just recently as Cataford goes down low. Cataford will work to the far side. Picked up shot through traffic. And there is your 30th shot of the game for Canada, and some more pushing and shoving. As Mark, you were talking about hope of the... Yes, Winnipeg has been having a very good season in the NHL this year, and very proud of them as they kind of had a little bit of a catastrophe there last year in the playoffs, and good to see them really coming through with a good effort here this year to follow up what was a good season last year. So hopefully Canada is well represented in the playoffs, and it all works out as Canada is well represented here at the World Juniors by a 30-shot effort through less than 2 periods that's only resulted in 1 goal. Oof. But here we go. Rolling across the line, Molendyk will come down the left wing. Shot fired into the glove of the Latvian netminder with 3:36 to go. And we'll have a stoppage in play just like that. So we continue to roll along here, friends, as Ethan Gauthier, Drummondville QMJHL team, 37th overall draft pick by the Tampa Bay Lightning in 2023. So he's still playing junior hockey here at this point, but he'll be up with the Lightning in no time flat. I almost am for certain on that, as the Lightning need those cheap contracts to keep their roster rolling until the salary cap goes up, I think, next year, not this year upcoming. 3:36. The Lions officials have been calling things weird here all game. They reset the face-offs. Latvia in the defensive posture, trying to keep Canada away from the front of the net here inside the last 3.5 minutes to go. Pinelli gets the shot loaded up for Molendyk, can't hit the net. Here's Gavin McKenna back out there as the last sequence he was on the ice for. He just shot the puck every chance he got. 3:20 to go in the third period. We're back, second period, sorry, back inside the Latvian end, or Canadian end. Oh my goodness, I need to eat something. This is going to come along the near side boards all the way in behind the net. Boaki's back out there for Team Canada, by the way. Last 15 shots in the game Canada has. That's a little nuts to think, as this is going to be carried forward by Molendyk across the line, cut off there by Latvia quickly. Boaki fishes it back to Molendyk, who fires it in. 2:50 to go here in the second period of play. Puck around to the far side, fired to the middle of the ice by Canada. Latvia cuts it off. Latvia might honestly lose this game without ever getting a shot in the final 2 periods of the game, it feels like, as Latvia to the middle of the ice. They see this puck coming around to the near side, back to the blue line. Latvia over to the far side. They're going to load up. Whiff on the shot. That's a costly one. That would have definitely been a nice little streak breaker for him. But this one now comes priced near side. And again, friends, if you ever want to watch lacrosse, TSN has it. So again, a good reason to buy that membership here to watch TSN this World Juniors season. If you're in Canada, 2:17 to go is priced around the near side. We'll go over to the far side. Molendyk fires it up through traffic into the corner, in behind the net. Now it goes icing against Team Canada. We will have a stoppage in play here with 2:07 to go. Again, also a reminder, if you are wanting to come back and check out what Dolany TV is regularly all about, again, this World Juniors thing is kind of a gimmick thing, only comes around once a year. The Oilers, they are here 365 on the channel, so definitely consider hitting that subscribe button. Would appreciate you doing that. As we go towards the final 2 minutes of this second period, we've got a face-off to the right of Ivankovic, who has had 12 saves in this hockey game himself, and at one point that seemed impressive. Now not so much through almost 2 periods, but this one is going to come back to get going here. Now we are offside with 2 minutes to go in this second period. Yeah, that's just it, Daniel. It's going to be interesting to see with Matthew Schaefer, or is it Matthew Schaefer? I'm already forgetting. Schaefer's out of the lineup here for Canada to begin the hockey game after colliding with the post. Team Canada's defense is a little bit strained, I guess you could say, losing the top gun back there, and I'm talking about the youngest guy on the D-corps, as this was a $1:54 to go here in this second period of play, played along the wall. It's going to be worked out by Latvia. They're going to get the shot blocked again by Gibson. He's a big, mean defenseman, that's for sure. There's another shot kicked off the pad, that time of Ivankovic. 1:38 to go here in the period, as this one flipped out to Jaeger at the blue line. Jaeger gets in, shot fired off the blocker of Feldbergs, and another good Canadian pressure forecheck coming, as this one's going to be turned back by Cataford this time, who's starting to see a little bit more ice time here in this game as well, as Gibson across to the far side, picking it up now. Dickinson, $1:17 to go. Rebound in front, turned aside by Feldbergs once more. This guy is having a heck of a game. Shot through traffic to the far side. And it's going to be knocked down there, as that's a good play there by Richie to try and keep the puck alive, but ultimately the Latvians able to work out into the neutral zone. Now coming back the other way, Canada 3-on-2. Here's Cowan. Shot fired off the blocker, or maybe off the body in front of a Latvian player. Is this going to be a shot again by Canada, and a save made by Feldbergs, who is just making every single save out there for Latvia. This kid is doing his country proud today, that's for sure. 46.6 to go in the second period. Cowan down the left wing, firing that shot off the blocker. Richie didn't know where it was, and this attempt for Jaeger, it was a beauty of an opening, and he actually fired that puck wide. That's why the shots didn't tally up near as much as I thought they would. Still, heck of a game so far here for Latvia and Canada as we continue along in the nightcap action here at the World Juniors, as we are up over 128 of you aboard here this evening. Thank you for hanging out. Really do appreciate that. I'll be taking a little bit of a pause here in the second intermission to go eat dinner, but we got 38 seconds to go before we get there, as this one's going to come back across. Boaki fires the high lift into the Latvian zone. Richie after it there for Canada, picking it up now. Latvia will come back the other way. 25 seconds to go in this second period to play. The shot whiffed on again by Latvia, and then Boaki takes the man into the corner, and this will allow Cowan to come up the ice with 16 seconds to go. Across the line, Cowan will fire the shot down below the goal line. Now to the far side, Latvia's got maybe one more rush in them if they don't flip up on the puck here, as two players raced each other in the neutral zone. Latvia rounding in the corner. Time runs out, and that will do it for the second period of play, friends. It remains a 1-0 score for Canada. Again, I'm going to step aside for a few moments here to go eat dinner. I'll be back for the third period. Stay tuned. Alright, sorry for the delay there, folks. Just had to go actually eat dinner. It was finally time to get things going. We are just about set up for the third period of play. I think we're about one commercial break away, if I'm not too mistaken. So we should be ready to rock and roll for what should be a very entertaining, at least, third period, which should actually maybe have some goal scoring or maybe not. Who knows? Jet Luchenko, the lone goal scorer in this evening's action. Canada, an unassisted marker by Luchenko, short-handed. That's how the goal scoring has gone tonight. That's how wacky this game's been. 33-12 the shots on goal for Canada, reflecting after the second period of play. It has been an absolute incredible game so far from the netminder Feldbergs for Latvia, and Ivankovic stopped every chance that come his way as well. So here we find ourselves with 20 minutes to play to decide, is Canada really going to follow Latvia? I mean, I say that with a snicker in my voice just because it seems like, how could that happen? I did caution at the start of the live stream here during the pregame portion that it was a possibility. Something in me was saying I felt that way. And well, guess what? That's where we're partially headed so far tonight. So stay tuned and see what happens as the night goes on. We got one period to play to decide exactly what Canada's fate here is. Again, a loss to Latvia eliminates you from winning the group. A loss to anyone really eliminates you from winning the group. I said maybe not against Finland, but after seeing Finland, yeah, that pretty much eliminates you. So Canada is going to have to come up with a much, much better effort here in this third period of play should they want a chance to win this evening's game. We're closing in on the decision finally, so we'll find out shortly here after 20 minutes of play, or maybe we'll need overtime. Who knows what happens, right? There's a possibility there as well, as we're just casually waiting for this game to get back underway. I'd like to say thank you for spending your evening with me, friends. This has been the best average view duration we have had during the World Juniors. Most of you watching have spent over 2 minutes, I'd assume, but the average on the stream so far tonight is 2 minutes, which by far and above is the best average we've had. Obviously, a high event thing like this where everyone's looking for a stream, people come, people go rather quickly, and 2 minutes is a long time in a short attention span world that we truly do live in nowadays. So thank you. We are waiting to get underway. I will tell you, for those of you that have hit the subscribe button today, I do appreciate that. We're back live tomorrow with the Oilers versus the LA Kings NHL action, if you can believe it, right? Oh my goodness, let's go. We're up to 17,323 subscribers here on the channel, so thank you so much for that. It's been a huge first 2 days here on the World Juniors. I'm great for your support. Canada leading 33-13 in the shot department, so they did just credit Latvia with another shot on goal. Jet Luchenko, the goal, 4 minutes in, 3.5 minutes in, shorthanded, and Gord Miller, Mike Johnson ready to take us through the third period of hockey here, as Canada is going to have to show up in stride with a big effort here. Team Latvia has been absolutely unbelievable, blocking shots, getting in lanes, doing everything it takes to outwork Canada when it comes to the defensive side of the game. And obviously, Canada's had some good chances themselves offensively, but then you have Feldbergs in net as well, who's making save after save after save. 32 after the second period of play. That's a ridiculous number, and he still has it. As you know, Latvia's had multiple times where they've had 2-3 block shots on zone possession inside their own, or on Canadian zone possession inside their own end, and score after 2 periods. This by far is the best score in history. In 2010, it was 11-0 for Canada. So incredible to see what Latvia has put together for an effort here today. Digging in, Cal Ritchie got the face-off one back, but Latvia came through with pressure, and Ivankovic sees it goes over top of the net. 19:50 to go here in this third period of play. Pardon me. Could feel that one coming. As Canada's across to the near side, Easton Cowan goes down low for Cal Ritchie. Latvia outworks him along the boards. It'll be flipped up now into the near side, or into the bench side boards, and It'll be turned back by Canada now. Nadeau skating across the line. He's going to play it back to Cowan, who will rip the shot through traffic. It is blocked in front there. And now here's Latvia banging it off the boards. It's swallowed up by a skate of a player that was going off for a line change. Latvia now 4-on-4 back the other way into Canada's zone. Dancing around a couple of Canadians. The shot through traffic, scrambling in front of Vonkovic. Kicked it out luckily. Here comes Canada now skating on a 2-on-2 back the other way. Possible 2-on-1 if they would have been able to get that pass through. Instead, it's a little bit of a battle there. And now Gavin McKenna's getting mixed up with one of the Latvian players. 18:56 to go here in the third period. We're starting just as hot as we started the last period. Let's go. Time winding down quick in that second. And I think one thing Canada doesn't want to do is see time wind down quick here in this period, as Latvia again with a diving effort, blocking shots with the back of their calves. Like this is next level defense from Latvia here. Full sail to try and make sure they can get this job done. And it has been an absolute incredible effort here so far. 18:56 to go in the third period. Face off one back by Latvia as they get back into the middle of the ice. Tip it there. It will be an icing call. I thought they had spun around and smacked it in the neutral zone. They didn't. So they have an icing call upcoming here in this third period to play. And Canada has to find a way here at some point or rather to break through and get this job done. 18:49 to go in this third period. As we go now for a face-off to the right of Feldbergs. Face-off is down. We're going to redo it though. The linesman never dropped the puck officially. So 18:49 to go. Let's do this again, shall we? First World Junior Playoff round game was in 2022 against Sweden for Latvia. They've been progressing year over year. Here's Canada down off the face-off. Shot fired off of the shoulder of Feldbergs. His now 34th save of the game. Comes back to the blue line. Bonk will see it around behind the net. Latvia banks it off the boards out to center ice. Nice play there by Price to gather it up for Bonk. We're still minus Schaefer as this one's picked up by Latvia. Schaefer, if you're just tuning in, took a hard spill, getting a chance on net into the far post and just kind of erased himself more or less. And that was a hard one to swallow for Team Canada, and they really haven't had much of a response since. Obviously, Luchenko did score, so Canada's got the game in hand for now, but that's far from certain given the way Latvia has been playing as this worked back. Bo Akey saw a lot more ice time for Canada. That's been a welcome change for us Edmonton Oilers fans, as Bo Akey's kind of earned his minutes here as well tonight. If they just queue him up for a one-timer, I'm sure he'd score a goal. Wink, wink. As we go back into the Latvia end, 17:48 to go here in this one as Latvia works back up the middle. Latvia down the left wing will work across the blue line, try and get it into the Canadian end deep. Behind the net now, Cataford sees a stick lifted out of a Latvian hand. That helps Bo Akey skate this one out, up into the middle of the ice and tipped in by Canada, where it will be a nice little decisive play there by Latvia to kind of stutter step on his edges there and playing it around. As that was a good play by the Latvian player, that's for sure. 17:20 to go as Latvia cleared into the Canadian end. Bo Akey playing pitch and catch with Sam Dixon as the puck will be tipped into Latvia's territory. And with this third period already winding down, not much being solved here as we've got the first 3 minutes gone. We're 3/20 the way through, 15% gone in this period. As here's cutting in on net. Baudouin tried to get to the front, couldn't drag it around on the backhand. Similar play to what happened for Latvia early in the first period. As this is going to go for Luchenko now, over to Baudouin. The shot fired, save made by Feldbergs. That one was a little bit awkward, but he did it. This will go over to the far side now. Molendyk will play this along the wall bench area, and it actually popped out, so we'll have a stoppage in play with 16:39 to go. And there's something Braden Yeager's looking at as passed through the middle. What are we looking at here? Bo Akey. Are they just talking about his steady play? Maybe they are. Bo Akey earning his minutes here with Team Canada. You love to see it. Like I said, is a couple quiet plays there. Yeager's trying to study up the Latvian defense. Maybe they're talking about that. As we go, 16:39 to go in this third period to play. Face off at center ice. Rolling up now. Cal Ritchie sees it one back there by Latvia. They bounced off the boards into the Canadian territory. Here's Price with the puck. He'll go around to the far side, picking it up now. Leaving it there for Richie, as this will be left now for Nadeau at the line. Richie across to Nadeau. Nadeau looking over to Cowan. Cowan kind of scrambled that one up. Nadeau now comes near side for Bonk. Bonk will fire the shot towards the net. It bounces off a couple of sticks and goes wide. And here's now Nadeau back to the blue line looking for this puck. Down low, Price just is going to activate instead. He's going to skate around behind the net, go looking for Cowan near side. Price still with the puck. He gets Cowan at the point. Cowan's going to bobble that one again. That forces him back, and ultimately Price has to shove a man to be able to keep the puck alive inside the Latvia zone. Now battling there for the puck. This will be worked by Richie. A nice little dangle at the line. Richie's still trying to keep this one alive. He's being worked over by the Latvian attackers. Defenders or whatever you want to say, as that's a swallowed up glove save for Feldbergs, and Sarts wants a piece of Cowan. I can't imagine why. Cowan's kind of been a little bit of a pest there in front, and this one right here, Richie battling there for that puck, gets it going, and then wins the battle along the boards as he's Cowan right in front chopping at the Latvian netminder. We already took a slashing call there for that, so 15:38 to go here in this third period to play. Richie, 34 points in 18 games played this season with the Oshawa Generals. Face off one back there by Canada and then forced in behind the net as this one's going to battle around. Gavin McKenna back on the ice for Canada as now Gibson looks to fire the shot. It'll go up over the top of the net. Nice play by Mullendijk to get it around near side as Canada continues to play it around the zone. Here's now Catton. He's going to see it worked past Pinelli, and it's going to be worked out by Latvia as it's going to be back into the Canadian territory. 15:11 to go here in this third period to play. Penalty upcoming to Latvia here at this point of the game. Sorry, give me a sec. There we go. Oh, I can breathe again. That's a huge benefit right there. So let's go get this going. We got 15:10 to go in this third period of play. 1-0 the score for Canada as the face-off will be to the right of Ivankovic. 1-0 here for Canada, the lead. This is a tense moment here in this hockey game as Latvia has been very dangerous on the power play so far. And they win another battle there against Canada, clamping down that puck to the near side. It comes, the shot looking back to the blue line. Lukács with the puck looking to roll around. He'll get it back to the blue line again, but Canada this time, Luchenko cuts it off and gets it back down into Latvian territory around behind the net. Here comes Latvia getting going. Third period, 14:40 to go in this one now as Latvia across the line, cut off by Jaeger. It'll be worked back out into the neutral zone. And all the way, but fluttered back into Latvian territory as it'll come now near side. Shot fired around on the far side boards, picked up there by Canada, leaving it there now Gibson as this continues to roll around behind, rolling to the near side, picked up by Latvia, rolled down low. And 14:11 to go as Canada just forced Latvia out of the zone with a missed pass right there. That was a tough play for Latvia as they'll go for a line change on the power play as everybody's scrambling to get back going. Here's Latvia through the middle of the ice. We'll play this puck over to the far side, around wrapping it behind the net. And this one is cut off by Price. He'll fire it down low and into the Latvian territory again as Feldbergs comes out to play at 13:44 to go here in this third period of play. Latvia needs to get in gear here on this power play or they're in danger of really just being walked home to a 1-0 loss. Despite a very, very good effort here in this one as this puck goes behind the net. Another opportunity deflected away by Ivankovic. There's a shot on net though, however, for Latvia. So there they go. They got something on this power play at least as they get back to the blue line now. Looking to the far side, loading up the shot off the tape of Ivankovic into the corner, back to the blue line. Now 2 seconds remain in the power play. And that'll be that for Latvia as quickly onto the ice came Luca Pinelli trying to pressure the men, but didn't work out for him. There's 13:02 to go here in this third period. Now time really a wasting for Canada. If they can't get in gear here, they need to find a goal late. Shot save made by Feldbergs again by the glove. So that's 37 saves for Feldbergs, keeping his team in this one. Dickinson's got Bo Akey near side. Akey's going to roll up and go to the far side for Team Canada across the line. Here's loading up the shot. Ritchie drags it wide. 12.5 minutes now remain in the third period. Is coming back across the line. Tore up there by Latvia. Bo Akey goes in behind, trying to leave it there for another Team Canada member, but couldn't do it. And here's Latvia ripping the shot from the far side. And this is the other side. I don't know how well the Latvian goal scoring department is in the country right now, but it's not looking too sharp at this point. The goaltending department and the defense definitely very, very good. This comes behind now to Ivankovic, who will leave it there for Bo Akey, who will go over to the far side boards. Pass up the left wing. Canada just gently drifts it inside the Latvian zone as it bounces around on the near side boards. Nice cut off there by Gibson, hustling onto the ice, following the change with Bo Akey. As there's now Catton getting it back to the middle of the ice, trying to cut that down is Pinelli. 11:43 to go here in this third period to play to the middle of the ice. Here comes Latvia. They've got a shooting lane. It's blocked by Canada, who's had some key blocks themselves tonight. Turnover to Latvia right at the blue line. Ends up back on the Canadian sticks. 11.5 minutes to go in this third period of play. Canada rolling around to the far side. Right in front. The puck comes over the middle. It's going to be loaded up there now by Catton. Catton's going to go across to the far side. Load up McKenna, who fires the shot and stings the Latvian player. It goes off the netting and out of play with 11:15 to go here in this one. As this is this is where it's at. So, friends, I will stay tuned here for a second. I'm just going to go quickly refill the water bottle. I'll be right. All right, friends. Well, here we go. We've got just a few more minutes left in this hockey game. 11:30 remains as Team Canada tries to bring home the victory. It's been a tough test for Canada so far. They have definitely struggled here in this one, at least throughout the majority of the game, to get something past Feldbergs, who's had himself a pretty good time. So you see here, there's Andrew Gibson's billet family as well, and then a whole bunch of youngsters rocking the Team Canada issued mustaches, I'm sure, as Andrew Gibson's stash has definitely earned him a fan favorite for Team Canada this year. Canada goes 2 up, 3 low, as we're going to reset the face-off here. This is interesting how this is all shaken up. Team Canada desperate to try and extend the lead all period and just have not been able to solve Feldbergs whatsoever outside of a shorthanded breakaway. That's the kookiest thing so far in this hockey game, is that it was a shorthanded breakaway that ends up being the reason why Team Canada has the 1-0 lead. But right in front, the pass can't be deflected. Now here's another play by Nadeau, getting it down low. The shot rebound opportunity. Nadeau was boxed out. That's another good thing Latvia's done defensively today, is boxing out Team Canada in front. As here's down the wing, the shot squeaking through. Feldbergs tries to keep it out. No goal is ruled on the ice. And I think Feldbergs kept that out. He's saying to his teammate, I kept it out. I tell you, no goal. 10:42 to go. Canada almost squeaked one through on the wrist shot from Cal Ritchie, and it just didn't quite translate to goal status. It squeaked along the side of the net, and then Feldbergs immediately fell on it. Here's the overhead off the post, actually. And then Feldbergs saves it right there on the line, and there's no way you're going to see where that puck went after it went into the paraphernalia of Feldbergs. So we are currently sitting still in a 1-0 game, 10:42 to go here in this third period of hockey is, and I'm not kidding you, I'm still fighting something here. We'll survive either way. As we go now for a face-off inside Latvia's zone. Still waiting for this to get going. Team Canada is trying to figure out who's taking what, who's doing what. Oliver Bonk out there alongside the third line, second line, whatever you want to call it. Gavin McKenna's line for Team Canada. Because I feel like Jaeger's line should be the second line, but I think TSN ranks Catton and them as everybody. And it looks like the referees are going to go for a review here. So the play is apparently under review. I don't know why. Doesn't really seem like it should be, but I tell you, Feldbergs is pretty certain that he made the save on that puck. The referee's looking at the monitor right now. We've got a 1-0 hockey game. If you're just tuning in, see a bunch of you just coming through the turnstiles right now. 10:42 to go as Canada's got a challenge on this play or something as that puck goes off the corner. There's no way that puck goes in whatsoever. There's no angle that's going to show it, even if it is in the glove of Feldbergs in the net. Team Canada definitely did not score there. I can almost guarantee that. As, basically Feldbergs swallowed the post and kept it right there. Even if the puck's in his glove in the net, the thing is it's not fully across the line, and that will not be able to be ruled conclusively either. So that's where you have it right now. So we're going to try and show this one more time from an enhanced overhead angle. What are you seeing? What are you going to see? It's a black hole in Feldberg's pads and everything there. So referee would have blown the whistle dead by that point. So I assume we are going to be good to keep going here with 10:42 remaining in the third period to play. 40 shots now for Canada in this hockey game. The referees continue to keep looking at things here. And 40 shots and only 1 goal against Latvia. That is got to be something for Canada. It's happened in the past, but just unreal at this point to see this. So they're going to show a reverse angle here. Yeah, there's no way that puck went in the net. I don't know what or who's arguing what. And yeah, the call on the ice stands. No goal. One would have figured that was the case. Cal Ritchie knew he wasn't going to get lucky. He was saying the same thing as me. Why are we bothering to review it? It wasn't a goal. It's not a goal. Let's not worry about it. So 10:42 to go. We will resume action here in this one, friends. As if you see me keep playing with my ear, that would be because I have a little bit of a water lock going on in there. I got a haircut, obviously, before Christmas time here, and for some reason it's been waterlocked ever since. As Canada and Latvia tie up the first face-off, so the linesman will re-drop it again. It'll be one back by Canada, stolen away immediately by Latvia, and then Gavin McKenna grabs it again. Latvia steals it, and maybe at some point we're going to get going more than 2 feet without losing the puck. Here's Latvia across the line, loading up the shot, glove hand save for Ivankovic. Just 14 seconds following the reviewed goal, and Kerbaka, a great shot there, whistling that one on net, but just could not solve Ivankovic on the glove hand side. That was a heck of a shot there by Kerbaka. He just loaded up and found the opening and let it fly, but a big glove hand save there for the netminder Ivankovic, who's now come up with 16 saves in his game so far. 10:28 to go here in this third period of play. The linesman will once again call things off for a brief moment as they're trying to make sure both teams are kind of adequate in the face-off dot. This will be a face-off one back by Latvia, punched out into the neutral zone as we continue to see time wind down here on Canada as they are winning 1-0. Don't get me wrong there, but they need a little bit of an insurance marker here before the 5-minute mark of the period, because I don't like the chances after that. As here's Canada over to the near side now. Molendyk down the right wing. Molendyk working in on net. Slammed to the middle of the slot, but Feldbergs in the defense of Latvia able to turn that aside. Another turnover in the zone there for Latvia. 9:56 to go here in this third period of play as Latvia bounces it all the way into the offensive zone off the glove of Gibson. Back to the blue line it comes. Latvia turns that puck over on a bobble again. This is going to be Baudouin dragging across center and firing it all the way down low to Feldbergs as we continue to waste time here in this third period of play. Time winding down. I'm getting antsy because I really, don't know what's going to happen here, and I really don't know if I want to know. This is going to be bounced back into the neutral zone by Latvia all the way into the Canadian end. Bounced out by Dickinson, helped ahead by Cataford. Cataford racing in on the puck. It's going to be worked now near side by Jaeger. Jaeger's going to see it come near side. Bounced there by Howe, and Latvia ultimately came away with it. The shot fired on net. Another glove hand save for Ivankovic, so his 17th save of the game. We have had 57 shots on net this game and 1 goal for either side. That is absolutely incredible, friends. Again, tomorrow I'll tell you, we've got the Oilers. I doubt that we're going to see that same situation from the Oilers and the LA Kings. I think it's going to be a little bit more of a high-scoring affair. So I'd tell you, tune in. Stay tuned. Hit that subscribe button. Stick around. We got an Oilers video coming out a little later tonight, probably around, I want to say, 10:30, 11 o'clock tonight, talking about the lineup for the Oilers and what's all going on there with Victor Arvidsson moving up into the top 6 again after his injury and a few games down in the bottom 6. He had a good game up top with Connor McDavid the other night, and now all of a sudden he's back with Draisaitl, back where he should be, playing alongside Podkolzin and Draisaitl, Arvidsson. It should be fun to see what happens with those guys here in the next little bit. So give me a second here, friends. I'm going to do some quick math. See where we're sitting. We're sitting at 430 hours on the stream. So appreciate you being aboard for the ride here on the broadcast today. It's been a fun one so far, and obviously a pretty big one as well. Spending 430 hours in 3 hours and 12 minutes. That's pretty incredible numbers. As Baudouin just couldn't solve the pad of Feldberg's either, and Team Canada is just struggling here to get anything going against Latvia this game. The shorthanded breakaway chance was just a little chip in charge there by Luchenko, as I can't believe he hasn't gotten more time on the ice actually in this hockey game. Speaking of which, he's out there now with 9 minutes to go in this third period of play. Back into the zone. Here's the shot by Latvia, turned aside by Ivankovic, who's now made 18 saves in this game, and now we've got a grand total of 59 shots in this hockey game as it comes back now near side inside the Canadian zone as they try to get this out of the end. We worked out into the neutral. Latvia starting to push back here once the clock hit 10 minutes. Canada across line. Gauthier fires the shot. Glove hand save. Feldberg's 8:31 to go in this third period of play. Canada barely clinging to this 1-0 lead. Tanner Molendyk, McBride, BC product, as he's a Saskatoon WHL player right now, 24th overall pick by Nashville in 2023. As he's on the back end playing a lot of minutes alongside Bo Akey here right now. Bo Akey and of course Gibson as well. They've kind of been switching off. I think Dickinson and Molendyk have spent some time alongside Akey. So this is going to be a shot fired towards the net. Blocked in front there. Molendyk's going to come now near side, down low to Cal Ritchie. Ritchie will work along the boards, playing it there, leaving it now back to the blue line. It's chipped out by Latvia, fired in the shot into the glove hand. No, it didn't hit the glove, sorry, it went into the corner. Man, my eyes are falling asleep here. Maybe I should grab my glasses like I had them on for Finland versus Germany. Didn't miss a thing in that game. 7:56 to go here in this third period play. Up now on the left wing. Here's Latvia getting in on the attack. Bo Akey spun himself around, lost footing, but stayed with it and was able to defend just fine on that play. 7:43 to go here in this third period of play. Latvia snaps around the defender, snaps the shot on net. Ritchie blocks it, had it up in the paraphernalia. And this will be 7:34 to go here in this third period of play. As we'll have a stoppage here. It looks like, I'm not sure what happened, but there's a Latvia player doubled over on the bench here. And what happened? I don't know what I missed here. Gibson's going to the penalty box, however. Something happened right in front of me that I missed, or we've got a delay here. Gibson's talking it over with the referees. 7:34 to go. Canada reviewing it as well. Maybe a elbow or something, as the Latvian athletic therapist looking things over for the player on the bench there. 7:34 to go here in this third period, and we have another review in this game, a major penalty review possibly, as Gibson, oh, there we go, it was behind the play through the backspin elbow. That's okay, never mind, there it is. He just came up and caught the Latvian player right on the chin. That's a little bit of a nasty play by Gibson, and a little bit too late to retaliate for Latvia on that one, but that just sparked up this game a little bit now, didn't it? So, oh boy. 7:34 to go in the third period of play. 1-0 Canada. They're reviewing for a major penalty here, and this would be a major change in the game unless, of course, Canada scores another shorthanded goal, as the referees have their decision. Coming to center ice here with the call now. 2 minutes for elbowing, so it's nothing major for Canada. They avoid disaster. Gibson's given a 2-minute minor for elbowing. That's a huge break right there, as that could have been nasty if we would have gotten nailed with a 5 there. Again, just kind of a backspin elbow, but still a play you don't need to be making for any reason. Just, I get that you're riding the player into the boards, but still a little bit more care could be given to the situation either which way. 0 for 4 on the power play, 8 shots for Latvia tonight. They have been pretty good on the power play, that's for sure. Face off to the right of Ivankovic, scrambled up by Latvia. They've got it back to the blue line here. How bad do they need a power play goal right here, right now? The shot save made by Ivankovic, scrambled back to the face off. Dots back to the blue line, now back to the dot as Latvia is working the near side. Back to the blue line, cut there by Luchenko. It spins back to the blue line. Latvia shot that puck on net, deflected up over top of the net by the play of the player in front. It'll work now out of the zone as Canada was able to clear. 7:05 to go here in the third period of play. It's going to be work now near side, picked up by Molendyk. Molendyk sees it work there as it'll be along the boards. Both teams battling, both Wank trying to come up with that puck. Nadeau trying to come up with that puck. 6:50 to go in this third period of play, as both teams battling, trying to find it. There's Latvia with it. Latvia's going to fire the shot in front, scores! Oh my! Oh boy. Okay. That is World Juniors drama right there. Wow. I mean, what a game from Latvia. I mean, they're literally, you can blame Canada, but Feldbergs has stole the show as I expected, and then just a beautiful, like, Latvia nowhere in their game today has shown any bit of that. The backdoor pass and through the slot, tapping it home, as Bonk just couldn't agree and find a way to get the leg down to block it. And all of a sudden, here we are. It is 1:38 on the clock here on the stream. It is less than 7 minutes to go in the third period, and Canada has given up the lead. The next shot goes to Canada, shot off the draw. Feldbergs makes the save. A costly penalty there by Gibson, and ain't nobody going to feel worse about it than him. But Daniel, yeah, I'll give you that on Latvia. They have worked very, very hard in this game. As we go here, Ivankovic didn't even know where that puck was. Looked like he was on a turnstile. 6:37 to go in the third period, as this is going to be worked to the near side boards. Picked up by Bo Akey, far side. 6.5 minutes now remain as Canada's got to get things going. They've got Gavin McKenna on the ice now. He's been shooting the puck quite a bit here in this in this hockey game, but no results to show for it, unlike that game against Finland where he scored the opening goal. This one picked up now back to the blue line. Dickinson's going to work around behind as this goes now to 6:10 here in this third period of play. The lone marker in the hockey game so far for Canada belongs to Luchenko, and now Gavin McKenna wants a piece of one of the Latvian players, and another cage guy, as both teams have taken the hate to another level here in this game. Following up that game against Finland, there's been a lot of pushing and shoving and scrums here. The backspin elbow there by Andrew Gibson that ultimately led to a penalty. And now it appears Latvia is headed to the penalty box as well, with 6:05 to go here in this third period of play. Latvian Captain Bulens is trying to figure out what happened there, and it looks like it's just a hard ride into Catton, kind of a boarding situation along the wall there. And Gavin McKenna's like, yo, what? As this will be now a power play for Canada, right along the wall. Catton got flat and kind of turned his back, and that's been the problem at this tournament so far, is there's been a couple players that just turn their back to oncoming traffic and get stapled along the wall and draw penalties for it, obviously, but it's been troublesome to see guys putting themselves in those positions here in this tournament to at least begin things. So Dave Cameron talking things over with the referees, a little bit not so friendly. 6:05 to go here in the third period, boarding to Clockins, and we'll have a face-off now inside the Latvian zone. The referee's going to signal to redo this a little bit here. 0 for 3 on the power play. The Canadian power play unit's been terrible, I feel like, all tournament, every game I've watched, and I just feel like they've got the wrong mixture of players out there. It should be McKenna, Ritchie, and Cowan on the top line, but instead they got Baudouin and some other folks out there right now. Bonk obviously missing Schaefer. Here's Cowan, the shot fired. Save made there as Ritchie's out there with Nadeau and Baudouin as well alongside Cowan and Bonk. As this comes back now near side for Cowan across to the far side. The one-timer scores. Big time goal there for Cal Ritchie. Oh my goodness. What a shot as they queue up the first one-timer. I swear all game they've passed off on a lot of them. And that one goes back of the net on Feldbergs as Ritchie comes all the way back to the glove tap of Vonkovic as that shot missed wide. Nice recovery there. Nadeau kind of swept at it, and then it was down to Ritchie to get it over now to Baudouin, and then Baudouin went over to Cowan, and Cowan went straight across for Ritchie, who finds it top corner on Feldberg's good lateral movement, and that was a big time goal right there, just kind of tucked the corner. But Canada gets a lucky break to be able to get that goal going. Obviously, to get the power play right after the power play goal against. That's a lucky one. And now they've got to survive what will be a severe Latvian push end of the game here. As this one comes now picked up by Latvia. They're going to chip into the middle of the ice. See, neither goalie is perfect at this point of the game. 64 shots, 3 goals against. That's still an unreal save percentage. If you're asking me, is this going to be face-off inside the Latvia zone with 5:20 to go here? Canada just striking to make it a 2-1 hockey game after immediately earlier giving up the 1-1 goal. And Cal Ritchie fired up about scoring that goal for Canada. Friends, welcome aboard if you're just tuning in. It's been a heck of a hockey game from Latvia so far. Canada's been pretty mundane, but Latvia has had a heck of an effort this evening and a really good showing. And this evening now, all of a sudden, we've got a 2-1 hockey game with late drama in Ottawa this evening. So we'll see what happens. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting finish, and hopefully for Canada, one that ends in a win column for sure, but I don't know if that's necessarily going to be the case tonight, as Latvia has pushed hard all game to keep it right where it's been, tight the whole way through. So, Connor, again, if you're looking for a live stream inside Canada tonight, you want to go over to tsn.ca, sign up for the month membership. It's like $19.99, $20, something like that. You'll get access to lacrosse games, NFL games throughout the rest of the month of January. Basically, it doesn't renew after that, and you get to watch the World Juniors for the whole way through. You don't have to find a live stream. Again, I know a ton of you people have spent a bunch of money on Christmas this year. It'll be the best $20 you spend this holiday season if you're trying to watch the World Juniors start to finish. I know you've missed a day or two, but hey, the best is yet to come if this is happening on day 2. All right, here we go. And Colton, welcome aboard as well. Glad to have you aboard here this evening. Everybody tuning in right now as we've got late drama in tonight's action. Berkeley Catton out there taking the face-off against the Latvian player. We'll have this draw as Merkins takes the draw, or I'm not sure how to pronounce that. Sorry for anyone from Latvia. I have not at all pronounced a name right other than Feldbergs, I'm pretty sure. As Canada across the lines got another opportunity. Here's Gavin McKenna driving to the middle. It's steered away. A short side shot from Pinelli goes up in the air off the side of the net. Here's Catton down low to McKenna. What a save from Feldbergs at the 5-minute mark, falling on that puck over the side of his net. Coming up on the one-time shot from Gavin McKenna. What a shot. I mean, unreal save right there. Gavin McKenna wires it, but it's a save by Feldbergs to keep it 2-1 with 5 minutes to go here in this third period of play. Face off down inside the Latvian zone. They're going to work out, and here they go. They're pushing up ice inside Canadian territory. Right to the middle of the ice to the outside. Pass just couldn't connect and then fluttered by as Bonk will pick this puck up and probably play a good majority of the rest of the game. As here's Cowan going to lift in and chasing after it. Cal Ritchie into the corner here as it'll go to the far side. He'll look to play this puck on net. Save made by the block shot of the Latvian defender. 4.5 minutes to go. Latvia just looking for that one last push that gets the job done here. As 4:26 to go in this third period, the puck will go to the far side. Ripped into the zone there by Canada. It'll be bounced around by Latvia a couple of times, and they will carry out of the end near side boards right up into the Canadian territory, leaving it there near side boards. Cataford cleared it up along the boards, and this battling along the wall, picking it up now. Jaeger will go to the Jaeger will go to the far side boards and now clear out into the neutral zone. 4 minutes to go here in this third period of play. Mullendijk around the far side boards, gets it out in the middle of the ice. Howe will go up now for Jaeger. Jaeger rips it in on Feldbergs. He'll play it off. Kind of lost the handle on that one. Comes to the near side. 3.5 minutes to go now in this third period of play, as we got plenty of time on the clock yet for some drama to happen here in this third period. I'm almost cheering for the Latvian goal. Make it interesting. Let's see what happens as Baudouin keeps it alive here for Canada. Punched ahead there by the, I believe, Jet Luchenko, the centerman for Canada, as this will be Baudouin firing into the corner. Gauthier going around behind the net. Gauthier will roll up back to the blue line. The shot from Price goes in behind. Canada wasting precious time for Latvia inside Latvia's end. As this goes bouncing around D to D, and Latvia will work up the middle of the ice trying to get a home run pass through. Here's Latvia cut off by Price, and another body flying there, and oh my goodness, Price has been whistled for a penalty with 3 minutes to go. Latvia will go to the power play. It appears to be, as this will be a 2-minute power play for Latvia. Hooking call against Canada. Oh boy. Here we go. Told you we had time for some drama late in this hockey game. Friends, welcome aboard if you're just tuning in. But a hooking call there takes out the player. And in a 2-1 game, Latvia gets one last crack on the power play here late in the hockey game to try and do something with it. You are about to hopefully catch alongside me a pretty good finish to this hockey game. 3:02 to go. And yeah, you can see the Canadians. They just cannot believe it at all. As Price thought he had made a good play. Latvia taking their timeout as well right now. 17 seconds to go. Thanks for being aboard here, friends. The goal scoring, I'll update you on what's happened tonight. It has been for Canada. Jet Luchenko, shorthanded breakaway in the second period, scores the goal. Matthew Schaefer took a high hit from the goal post on a little bit of a chance in on Feldbergs. He kind of raced himself going into the post. Eriks Matejko scores the goal for Latvia that made it 1-1 here in the third period. And then less than a minute and a half later, Kellum Ritchie on the power play. Every goal has been special teams. It is 3:02, third period here. Latvia on the power play, 2-1 Canada leads. Let's see what happens here. It's a big chance here for Canada. As Curtis, I'm cheering for you, but I don't know if it's going to necessarily cash here. As Latvia, their last power play came up aces. This is going to be one back to the blue line now. The chance down low along the wall. Picking it up to the middle of the ice, work to the far side. Dickinson is going to come up with that puck and firing it out into neutral zone territory. Latvia still with the netminder in the net. Feldbergs will be given the signal here, I'm sure, once we dip inside the last 2.5 minutes, but Latvia's got to sustain zone time first. As this along the near side wall, punch back to the blue line. 2.5 minutes to go now, roughly in this third period. Back to the blue line. The one-timer hammered. Latvia scores. Oh my goodness. Oh, you just cannot make it up. Wow. Latvia has tied it on the power play. 2:29 to go in the third period. What has happened in this third period? What an effort from the Latvian squad. That one-timer from the point, and Ivankovic all scrambled around all kinds of out of position, and it ends up going into the back of the net. And now we've got late drama, that is for sure. Curtis, as long as that's the case, I'm still cheering for you. But friends, welcome aboard, or welcome back aboard. This has been an absolute roller coaster of a hockey game so far. Canada now tied with Latvia 2-2 as regulation winds down here in this third period of play. We go now for a pickup of the puck by Bonk. 2:26 to go in this third period. Bonk will go around the boards, leaving it there. Feldbergs is going to play it off to his defenders. Latvia, what an effort against Canada today. What a problem they have been. And I mean, if they can be in this tournament, they are going to finish top 3 in the group. Finland's got nothing on these guys. Canada down the wing. The shot save made by Feldbergs coming to the near side corner. That was a heck of a goal right there for Canada's opponent, Latvia. Latvia's battled all game, man. Battled all game defensively. They've been in it offensively the whole way. Outshot more than 2-1, but who cares? They are in it to win it right now with $1:45 to go in this third period of play. Puck is deflected through the middle of the ice. Gavin McKenna back on the ice here as this one will be worked back inside the Canadian zone. And here's now working up along the wall, fired in by Canada around to the near side. Latvia trying to get it out of their end, picking it up. Ritchie's got it down low to Gibson. Gibson back to the blue line. Here's the shot for Cowan, loading up. Blocked there. Cowan will load again. He's going to pass it off now for Mullendijk. Mullendijk fires the shot, goes wide. Ritchie, the rebound off the end wall. Fired it off the side of the net. 1:04 to go here in the third period of play. Picking it up near side. Boards in the neutral zone. Ritchie's going to load it up as they go off for a line change. Here comes Bonk. Bonk up the wing. Will fire it around the boards to the far side. Backhanded down low by Nadeau. Picking it up. Taking a spill is Cowan. No call up coming there. The fans all screaming for a call in the stands right close to where that happened. Bonk from the point, shot through traffic, rebound in front, tipped around, battling loose puck. Cowan's got it, shot again, blocked by Latvia. 29 seconds to go. Cowan fires the shot, save made by Feldbergs again. The puck squirts free, rebound out in front. Here's another shot. Bonk loads up, blocked again. Feldbergs no stick in the crease for Latvia, scrambles back to his feet, shot blocked in front. Another time over by Latvia. The effort, unreal. Canada trying to finish it here. 7 seconds to go. Shot towards the net, rebound in front. Saved again by Feldbergs. A 48-shot effort results in overtime for Canada against Latvia. Feldbergs cannot believe it. What is going on here? This has been an absolutely wild hockey game, start to finish. Latvia scores the goal. And this stream is going to go into the 3.5 hour mark now. Friends, welcome aboard if you're just tuning in. We've got overtime between Canada and Latvia at the World Juniors. Never thought I would say that in my life, but thanks for being aboard here. If you've enjoyed the hockey game so far, consider hitting that subscribe button. We're back live tomorrow for the Oilers versus the LA Kings as we get back to the regular gig for a day. But what a game so far from Canada and Latvia. to catch you up on who's been the goal scorers in tonight's action. Jet Luchenko started off the chaos way back in the second period, where it was 1-0 for Canada until pretty much the 7-minute mark of the third period, where Eric Matiko made it 1-1 for Latvia. Callum Ritchie then made it on the power play 2-1 for Canada, and then Peteris Bullens scores the goal that made it 2-2, and there you have it. We are headed off to overtime this evening as Latvia's goaltender Gillis has made every single save possible tonight, and then some. Wow, I cannot believe it, John. It's been a night and a half of hockey so far, and we're going to see what Latvia has in store for us here in this overtime frame. And again, I don't exactly know how IIHF overtimes work nowadays. I know it's kind of you just go until you're into the shootout, but we'll see what happens here. Is Canada, I think now technically they just not cost themselves the group, but just complicated factors here, especially if Latvia costs something against the United States as well. As overtime rules, preliminary round, 5 minutes followed by a shootout. All overtime played is 3-on-3 quarters, semis, and bronze is 10 minutes followed by a shootout, and then gold medal game is 20-minute periods until winning goal is scored, and I think all overtime played is 3-on-3, so keep that in mind. 3-on-3 at the gold medal game is quite unreal. So that was a heck of an effort by Latvia in that third period to step up and tie this hockey game not once but twice and send us to overtime. I honestly cannot believe what I've witnessed here tonight. Latvia, they have stepped up so far in their hockey program over the past 5 years, and they have gotten it going here to an overtime against Canada. This is a big moment. So Austin, welcome aboard. Glad to see you in the chat here tonight. Latvia seems to have these incredible goalies. Yes, they do. Yes, they very much so do. It is 3-on-3 now, friends, and we'll see what we can do here, as we are going to see Latvia skate 3-on-3 against Canada for 5 minutes, and then a potential shootout here in this preliminary round. Feels crazy to say. Honestly, it feels absolutely insane to say, but we are truly saying Latvia and Canada are in overtime at the World Juniors in the preliminary round. So we will get going here for the face-off at center ice. Latvia, Canada draw in as Mateko's on the ice. It's Callum Ritchie and Bradley Nadeau out there for Canada, as it's a scrum right off the draw. I don't know who designed that play, but this is absolutely awesome to see. Latvia, congratulations. Win or lose, this has been absolutely unreal. 4:50 to go here in this overtime frame. Latvia behind their own net, trying to find a way out from in front of Cal Ritchie, who's kind of got them pinned right now, skating past it. Latvia on the motion, gets it going back 3-on-3 the other way towards Canada's net here across the line. Mateko skates across offside. Latvia guilty of that a couple times tonight. 4:30 to go here in this overtime frame as we get back to what is an absolutely insane finish here for this hockey game. The Latvian coaches are absolutely lighting each other up right now, getting the boys on the bench fired up. This is insane. I really don't even know what to think right now. As Latvia loses the draw to Canada, they'll retreat back behind their own net now as 4:24 to go here in this overtime period, as both teams looking to skate away with the game. Here's Jaeger with the puck at the blue line. He will survey the top of the zone, go back to Cowan, and then misplace a pass pretty badly. And that'll allow Cowan now to reset. Cowan across the line, dangles in, backhand draw. Rebound there for Jaeger, blocked by the outstretched stick of the Latvian defenders, and now coming back the other way. Latvia trying to chip to the middle. Nice cut there by Bonk. And here comes Canada, headman and ahead through the neutral zone. Cowan across the line, across into the Latvian end, picked up by Bonk. Bonk will skate around behind the net. 3:42 to go here in overtime. As Bonk's, that's Molendyk skating out there. Molendyk rips the shot, saved by Feldbergs, drags it in behind the net, does Molendyk. 3.5 minutes to go here in this overtime frame as it's going to be chipped back. Both teams are going to go off for a line change. Gavin McKenna, signature moment here, upcoming if he can find a way to score a goal in this overtime frame. He loads up from behind his own zone, across the line, in on net, fires the shot, scooped up by Feldbergs. And we've got 3:09 to go here in overtime. And I don't know if either team's going to score, to be honest with you. I don't know if there's going to be a chance to beat either goalie here in this overtime frame, as Latvia, 3 men diving out to make the save. Unreal performance. They have committed to probably the best hockey game I think I have ever seen. And this one lady's losing her mind here. But wow. Just unbelievable effort here from Latvia. Canada's got all 4 overtime shots here in this frame, as it's going to be won back by Berkeley Catton. Over to Gavin McKenna off the D pass here. McKenna darting through traffic. McKenna's going to play it down low. It was bothered away there by the defense of the Latvian sticks, as here's now picked up to the blue line. Catton's got the puck. Catton will fire the shot up off the shoulder of Feldbergs, and coming back the other way now, 2:46, a nice strip there by Catton. He'll fire the shot. Feldbergs another save. 2:41 remains in overtime. Canada is piling up all the shots, but to no success here in this overtime frame. 2:41 remains. We're almost halfway done, and Feldbergs continues to stand tall in this hockey game. He has been unreal start to finish. I didn't know his name until halfway through the second period, but it's a name to remember for a lot of the wrong reasons for Canada, at least tonight. Face off to the left of Feldberg, scrambled up by Ritchie. Bonk has it right here. He'll play it down to Ritchie again. 2:36 to go in this third period, or overtime period, sorry, as Bonk along the goal line fires a shot into the midsection of Feldbergs, who covers up again. And Canada is mystified by this legendary Latvian goaltending from Feldbergs right here. It's happened a few times before, but it's happening again now, as both Ritchie and Bonk have been denied. And just nobody can figure out how to beat Feldbergs here in this overtime frame. What a performance. I'm sorry, I'm repeating myself, but there ain't much else to say. It is just absolutely undeniable what has happened here for the Latvian netminder in this game. Cal Ritchie, 56 shots in the game now, loading up Nadeau. Nadeau will skate around the top of the zone, switch places with Bonk as he goes to a quiet area, and then leaving it there for Ritchie, who will load up to the slot, stolen away by Latvia. And now Ritchie's got to kind of retreat and circle around a bit here, as Latvia will go back the other way. Nadeau across the line, getting back into defense posture. The shot save made by Ivankovic. Latvia gets their first shot of the period. It goes back out into the neutral zone, as this one will be worked now near side by Latvia and cut off by Canada as they lost track of the puck. Here's Yager loading up. Buck 48 to go here in overtime. Yager across the line, looking down into the near side corner. He'll go back to the blue line now for Molendyk. Molendyk is going to leave it there for Cowan. Cowan across the line, looking in on net. He's going to be denied by Latvia there. Cowan will fire the shot again up over top of the net, as this has been absolute drama on TSN tonight. The nightcap on TSN's World Juniors coverage comes down to Latvia and Canada in the final buck 15 of overtime this evening, as rolling around. Here's Latvia to the near side, across the line. Latvia getting in on net, backhanded save made by Ivankovic. Rebound denied as well. Molendyk swimming for his life behind his net. Latvia comes up with the puck, a minute remaining in the period. Shot towards the net, rebound in front. Matejko jammed it off the pads of Ivankovic, but it was to be denied there, as we now go for Molendyk in behind the net. He'll load up one last rush here for Canada with 45 seconds to play, and we have a stoppage in play. Too many men or something for Canada, or somebody, as Canada looks to have taken a penalty here with 42.4 seconds to go. Holy moly. Too many men for Team Canada. A bench error, is it? Yeah, it is. 5 players on the ice as Canada rushed up the ice there. So that is a mistake and a half A power play for Latvia. Oh boy. I mean, a preliminary round game should not be this sweaty, but this is probably the craziest preliminary round game I think I've ever watched Canada play in terms of an opponent like Latvia. As Dave Cameron's pulling the referee over, Gavin McKenna will go to the box to serve the kill with 42.4 seconds to go here. 2-2 the score between Canada and Latvia late in overtime. Latvia, if you're just tuning in from a Canadian perspective, has had an absolutely unbelievable performance here this evening. So, yeah, Latvia has done their job this evening, and now we'll see what happens here. Is looks like there's going to be a different Canadian going to the box, as Baudouin will head to the box. Looks like Canada wants to keep McKenna available if they get an offensive zone draw. McKenna was the obvious choice to go to the box, sure, but now we'll have another opportunity to see what Latvia has on the power play here. It's not going to matter much if they don't get zone time. 36 seconds to go. Latvia does enter the Canadian line, as this will be fired around the far side. Latvia has the possession going here inside Canada's end. 26 seconds to go in overtime. Puck at the blue line, looking up the one-timer here. Ivankovic fell down, and it looks like we're going to have a stoppage in play as the Latvian player took out Ivankovic with 19.6 seconds to go. So do we go back to 3-on-3 or do we go to 4-on-4, as that's a little bit of goaltender interference, I think. I don't know, as Ivankovic flopped around a little bit, I think, as he was knocked off his edges a little bit. I'm not sure what's happening, but it looks like maybe the face-off will just come out of the zone, or is Matejko actually going to the box here? Looks like the face-off is just coming out of the zone, so never mind. They whistled incidental contact with the netminder. Thought there was going to be a penalty, but there wasn't. Nice steal right off the draw by Latvia. They've got 15 seconds left in the power play and in overtime. The one-timer denied by Ivankovic. Huge save. Now another chance here to queue it up. Latvia, 7 seconds to go, looking desperately for a shot through traffic. Goes up and out of play. 3 seconds remaining in overtime. Latvia remains on the power play. No timeout available. Here we go. 2-2 the score. And we will see what ultimately comes as the shootout looms large right now. As Matejko kind of scrumming up in front, as Jack saying, is Latvia good? Latvia's been very, very good tonight. 3 seconds to go here in overtime. Latvia full court press to try and get a face-off win. Puck comes to the near side and it eludes everybody. And Latvia has pushed Canada to the brink in today's action. Ivankovic will skate to the bench as we will have a shootout between Canada and Latvia at the World Juniors in 2024. This is something that I never had on the bingo card this year. Dave Cameron can't believe it, and I cannot wait to see Latvia do this exact same thing to the U.S. tomorrow. What an effort from Latvia this evening. I mean, this is beyond words. I was talking about it in the pregame. I had a feeling that the Latvian goaltender might have had a chance to really stymie us tonight, and that is exactly what has happened. Friends, welcome aboard. If you just joined during overtime, my apologies not to get to you here, but Latvia is absolutely having a game of their lifetime at the World Juniors here today. This isn't a game where it's 3-2 against, Germany or 3-2 against Kazakhstan. This is a game where it is legitimately 2-2 against Canada, headed into a shootout. What an unreal bunch of sequences in overtime. Latvia gets the power play to end it and has a bunch of chances. A little bit of incidental contact with the netminder causes a face-off outside of the zone, which spelled the end. But what an absolutely unbelievable game this has been. The live stream, by all said and done, by the end of the night, will push 4 hours here. I was supposed to be done at 8:05, and we are sitting here at 8:30, still going, waiting for the shootout to get underway. This is one of these moments in Canadian hockey history where you just shake your head. I thought we were better than this, but Latvia, they are way beyond expectation tonight, and what a night it has been. I wanted a good game. I wanted competitiveness. and we have gotten that tooth and nail by the will of the Latvians this evening, as we're going to have the shootout lineup go. I don't know if it's a 5-round or a 3-round. I don't know what the IIHF has adopted lately for shootouts, but Latvia's all smiles on the bench that it comes down to the skills competition here, as this will wait and see what happens, as Cowan's on the bench there looking at the camera. He's trying not to sneak a peek, but he did. As the Canadians on the bench waiting for this shootout to get underway. Ivankovic will head back to the net. Here is Canada awaits Finland was yesterday. Latvia's opportunity to shoot on net. Latvia's netminder wearing the all-white helmet, having the game of his life is Feldbergs. And they're just clearing the ice right now, trying to get this all steadied up for the shootout. Here we go. Ivankovic versus Feldbergs in the shootout. The Latvian goaltender, Jacob says, is the MVP. Let me tell you, he has been absolutely unbelievable tonight. Ivankovic set to try and get things going in net for Canada. This has been an unreal game, and now we await the unreal finish. Quite literally. Who would have pegged Canada-Latvia this afternoon at about 4:40 to go into overtime, let alone the shootout. They're taking their time getting dramatics going here. I'm loving it. Give me every last second of this game you can. This has been something special. And the first shooter of the game, I don't know who's elected to go first. It will be Latvia on the board. 5-round shootout. Latvia to the outside. Dragging it on that backhand. Denied by the blocker of Ivankovic. That's one shooter down for Latvia. And now Canada a chance to take the lead here in the shootout. What an absolutely unbelievable game. Ivankovic stayed with him the whole way. Shooting first will be Catton for Canada. He'll come across the line directly in on net to the backhand. Denied by the outstretched pad of Feldbergs. Round one's done without a goal on the board here in the shootout. Now we await to see what happens here in round two, but this is an absolute good move. Actually denied by the skate blade of Feldbergs, who has had an unreal game this evening for Canada. Is picking up steam now. Latvia across the line. Lukács, I believe it is, for Latvia. He'll fire the shot. Glove hand save for Ivankovic. And that's 3 shooters up, 3 shooters down, as Canada's perfect so far. Latvia about to be tested for the second time, as that was the shooter for Latvia denied there. So here we go. This will be picked up. McKenna across the line. McKenna's the second shooter for Canada. They're saving their best shooters for last, as that'll be fired on net and denied there. Feldbergs turned aside McKenna. Just a little slick wrister there from McKenna. Doesn't create the result he was looking for. Kind of taking the action to the outside, and then that one was fired up off the blocker of Feldberg. So now shooting for Latvia. They're going to come back the other way and try and get this going. Latvia on the attack, fires the shot wide. The first shot to miss wide here in the shootout. 3 shooters up for Latvia, 3 shooters down. 2 up for Canada, 2 down, third one upcoming. Welcome aboard if you're just tuning into the late dramatics, friends. This has been some kind of something tonight. Porter Martone, the next shooter for Canada. They're going with the skill guys. Here's Martone in on net. He'll go to the backhand. Poke checked there. No goal through 3 rounds of the shootout here for Canada and Latvia. Unbelievable finish to this game, as it's been a crazy one for sure, as this is now a chance here for Latvia to take the lead in round number 4. It just seems like this may never end. Latvia in on net, right down the pipe, backhand cut, and Ivankovic denies him last second with the glove hand save, as this has been an absolutely unbelievable game so far, and a big time save by Ivankovic to keep it scoreless. We go now to the final 3 shooters, as this is what is going on here is Easton Cowan in on the attack. He's slowing down, a couple of pump fakes. He's not fooling Feldbergs with that. Nobody's coming on the goalies with a lot of speed. 4 shooters a side up, 4 shooters a side down. Nobody has won yet. Canada, Latvia in a dead tie here in overtime, as Latvia will come across now. Matejko coming in, the last shooter of the first 5 for Latvia. He'll come in on net, fires it, and he's denied by Ivankovic. Still no goal through 9 shooters. This one a stalemate like no other here in overtime and the shootout. This is absolutely unbelievable. Matejko towed it wide. And now here comes Bradley Nadeau, the 5th shooter for Canada. The pro hockey player in on net, denied by Feldbergs. This will never end. I tell you, it will never end. This is the most insane game. We go to round 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, whatever we need to get this job done. I am absolutely amiss at what to think about this. Feldberg's an unbelievable job denying Canada tonight. Ivankovic has stood still strong in this shootout so far, and now upcoming will reverse order here, and this will be Callum Ritchie in on net, the fake, the Ritchie move, and he is denied by Feldbergs. Absolutely unreal. Ritchie is denied on the Ritchie. And it remains 2-2 still as Ritchie tries to move that fake shot, and he knew what was coming, as this one is now back the other way here, picking it up. Latvia in on net, denied by Ivankovic again. We have no goals through 6 rounds of the shootout, as Latvia came right down Main Street and shot that one off the paddle and wide of the net. A good shot there. And we'll have Canada taking action now. Here comes Jäger. Jäger in on net, denied by Feldbergs. He's perfect through 7 shots here in the shootout. This is some kind of record or something here between Canada and Latvia here this evening. Feldbergs, the goalies are feeling it. They're in a rhythm. They're in some kind of groove, as loading up the attack now for Latvia. Here comes the attack, as this one will be in on net, save made by Ivankovic, and perfect through 7 shots he remains as well. Both teams stymied here in the shootout, and this is pure entertainment factor at this point. Loading up now, Berkeley Catton, his 2nd shot. You're allowed to reuse shooters, denied by Feldbergs again. Denied all 8 times here in the shootout. I just can't even fathom what's going on here. And look at that, just a beautiful blocker save by Feldbergs. 560 of you aboard, 570 now to see if this thing ever ends. In on attack, Matejko getting to the attack, and he'll score. And Matejko has beat Canada in the shootout. The crowd silent. Latvia floods the ice. The hero Matejko brings it home. And what an unbelievable effort for Latvia tonight. Heartbreak for Canada in the preliminary round. This is, wow. I mean, what else is there to be said for Feldbergs and the Latvians this evening? An unbelievable effort in which Latvia in the preliminary round takes down Canada in a 9-round shootout where their goaltender goes perfect on all 9 shots. Absolutely unbelievable finish to this hockey game. I mean, we finish about 45 minutes later than we should have, but I'm sorry. This has been probably the greatest preliminary round game I have ever watched in recent memory between anybody Canada has faced. An unbelievable effort, friends. Thank you so much for spending it with me tonight. I'll review with you how it all took shape. It is in the final round of the shootout, Eriks Matejko scoring the goal, as Feldbergs can't believe it. An effort won by him through regulation. Jet Luchenko scored the opening goal of the game. Eriks Matejko also scored a regulation goal to make it 1-1. Callum Ritchie answered right back, but late in the 3rd period, Pateris Bullens is the hero to tie it for Latvia. Canada unable to come up with anything late in the game, and there you have it. ultimately, it is Latvia who wins it in the shootout over top of Canada. What an unbelievable effort this evening, friends. I am gassed, but I'm going to hang on with you here tonight just to see Feldbergs get the recognition he deserved. Lennart's Feldbergs player of the game for Latvia. Gotta be. You figure it's either him or Murteko, but this is what an unbelievable game it was for Latvia. We'll have the national anthem being played here. The paddles going out to the Latvian player for player of the game, and the player going to Canada as well for player of the game. Just an unreal game overall. I honestly cannot believe that in a preliminary round we can get a treat like this. And I think it's truly, as Ty's saying there, Latvia should never be taken lightly. We know that. We understand that. And player of the game for Canada is Tanner Mullendijk, who comes up playing a lot of big minutes after, of course, Matthew Schaefer goes down. Feels like hours ago since Schaefer went down. And ultimately that is what happens, is the young player handing over the stick to that. And there you go. Feldbergs named player of the game. Rightfully so. What an effort by him. Friends, that will do it for me this evening. Thank you so much for spending your time with me this evening on a Friday night late in December. What I'll tell you right now, come back in tomorrow's afternoon's action for the Oilers. Subscribe to the channel. Stick around. I'll see ya tomorrow for the Edmonton Oilers versus the LA Kings as we take a day off from the World Juniors to catch up with our NHL team